Chapter 2014. Chu wielded his sword and swung it gently. Wherever the sword energy swept past, the soil, weeds, and wild vines on the ground surged as if there was a wave. The soil and other things were carried far away, forming a flat and empty land. Chu gently slashed twice, and a withered tree beside him was broken into several pieces. More than a dozen pieces of dead wood flew up, and the sword ray flashed twice. After the dead wood landed on the ground, they lined up neatly and formed a bed. He stepped forward and sat cross-legged on the bed with his long sword across his knees. He smiled and said, "Ninth Princess, please protect me." "No problem." Shueluoyu nodded. "How long will it take? Perhaps a few hours, or perhaps a few days?" Chu shook his head. "It depends on luck. If a great enemy approaches, you can leave first, Ninth Princess. Don't worry about me." Shueluoyu squinted at him. Chu smiled. "Their target is you, Ninth Princess. Once you leave, they won't bother with me, and I'll be safe." Shueluoyu chuckled and shook her head. If it weren't for the city of 10,000 sword pursuit, that would indeed be the case. But now the city of 10,000 swords was the key. Chu closed his eyes and did not move. A strange force came from his surroundings and entered Chu's body. Shueluoyu sensed this strange aura in surprise, but she couldn't find it. It was not internal force, and it was completely different from spiritual qi. However, there were many kinds of power between heaven and earth, and everyone practiced in different ways. Some even practiced the power of stars. The unaging live forever technique was in operation, absorbing the longevity in the area. If he was in the lower realm, he would need to go to the 100,000 mountains to absorb the lifespan of the evergreen, but he did not have to go through so much trouble in the outland. All the trees in the surroundings were spirit herbs and had a long lifespan, especially in this kind of forest. Each tree had a long lifespan comparable to the evergreen. He could feel an endless stream of lifespan entering his body. The death qi was thinning out bit by bit and gradually dissipating. 2 hours later, Shueluoyu noticed that the wrinkles on Chu's face had lightened a little. The wrinkles on his face, which used to look like they had been carved by a knife, were now just a shallow layer like crow's feet. She felt that it was rather strange, so she carefully looked at Chu. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, his heroic bearing was extraordinary and could attract the gazes of women. Even in his current state, he still couldn't be considered ugly. On the contrary, he had an extraordinary mature charm and spirit. She looked at him curiously, but she was not tempted. She did not care about the love between a man and a woman. She felt that it was just a momentary impulse, and once she sobered up, she would find it boring. Another 2 hours later, a bright moon hung in the sky. The moonlight was like water, and the forest was incomparably quiet. 3 figures fluttered to the treetops under the moonlight, quietly watching them. Shueluoyu frowned at the 3 of them. The 3 old men were all dressed in green robes, as if they did not know any martial arts. They did not have any imposing manner, as if they were one with the surrounding night. The 3 of them stood on the treetops, swaying with the wind as if they were weightless. Their clear eyes fell on Chu and Shueluoyu, sizing them up. Shueluoyu frowned. She couldn't tell if he was an expert from the city of 10,000 swords. The gazes of the 3 elders fell upon the sky, regaining sword on Chu's knees. They were fixated on it, their eyes burning with desire. Shueluoyu immediately determined that the 3 of them were experts from the city of 10,000 swords. If they were not experts from the city of 10,000 swords, she could distract them. If they were experts from the city of 10,000 swords, she would need to stop them, or else Chu would be in danger. The 3 elders looked away, and then their bodies turned illusory, as if they had disappeared into the night. Shueluoyu hurriedly stood in front of Chu, her palms fluttering. Under the fluttering rain palms, the 3 figures reappeared with nowhere to hide. They pressed their fingers together and stabbed at Shueluoyu's palm. From a dozen meters away, Shueluoyu felt a sharp chill piercing the center of her palm. Sensing danger, she quickly tilted her palm to avoid it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 forces hit her shoulder. Suddenly, 3 spurts of blood burst out of her right shoulder, as if she had been stabbed by a long sword. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing her right arm red. She tried to channel to stop the bleeding, but found that she could not. The 3 sword energies were entrenched in her shoulder, and it was impossible to expel them with inner energy. These 3 sword energies were extremely pure, no different from a real long sword. It was really strange. Shadowless divine sword. She scoffed. She immediately knew that this was the shadowless divine sword of the city of 10,000 swords. At first glance, the shadowless divine sword sounded like a godly sword, but was actually a finger technique. The finger technique condensed into sword energy, leaving no trace, and could hurt people without a trace. It was even more vicious and terrifying than a real godly sword. Otherwise, it would be difficult to break her treasured clothing with finger energy alone. There were only a few finger energies in the world that could break her treasured clothing, so she could easily guess that this was the shadowless divine sword. This shadowless divine sword was extremely difficult to cultivate. To transform the finger energy into sword energy that was no different from a real sword required both talent and hard work. Moreover, this godly technique also required enough time to purify, and it was impossible to cultivate without hundreds or even thousands of years of hard work. The shadowless divine sword of these 3 old men was even more difficult to guard against. They had already cultivated to the state of being one with the sword, and their bodies were hidden like sword energy, which was even more terrifying. If it was not for her fluttering rain palms that could reflect all traces, she might not have been able to detect these 3 old men. The city of 10,000 swords. Shualayu scoffed. The 3 old men disappeared again. Shualayu could not care less about the blood gushing out of her shoulder, and once again launched 2 fluttering rain palms. The figures of the 3 old men appeared in her field of vision again, and they were pouncing toward Chu Li's back. 3 sword energies were already shooting toward Chu Li. Chu Li still did not move, as if he was completely unaware of the approaching danger. Shualayu panicked and suddenly moved behind Chu Li, pushing both of her palms forward. Suddenly, a spot 2 meters in front of her chest lit up, as if a lake had appeared, and the ripples were so faint that they were almost tangible. The 3 finger energies landed on this vague lake, and suddenly, the lake shook violently, faintly discernible, as if it would disappear at any time. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the 3 muffled sounds, Shualayu took 2 steps back and barely managed to stand without touching Chu Li. She took a deep breath, and there was a faint pain in her chest. Her face was covered with a white veil, and her expression could not be seen clearly, but her bright eyes were shining brightly, and it was obvious that she was not feeling well. The infinite palm just now had dissolved and weakened the power of the shadowless sword, and with her treasured clothing, she had forcefully blocked the 3 finger energies. Although it was indeed as she had expected, the infinite palm was shockingly powerful, and it had weakened the power of the shadowless sword. It was still painful to her chest, as if she had been hit by a galloping horse at high speed. Not being sent flying was already her limit. The 3 old men no longer concealed themselves and directly pointed 3 fingers at her. It was silent, as if it was child's play. Shualayu acted as if she was facing a formidable enemy and pushed both of her palms out horizontally, and then took 2 steps forward so that she would not bump into Chu Li and disturb his cultivation. The clear light in front of her chest shone like a lake rippling under the sun, and then suddenly shook violently, as if it wanted to disappear. Shualayu was sent flying, and blood spurted out of her mouth in the air, and she flew over Chu Li's head. The 3 old men pointed at Chu Li's back again. Chu Li did not move, and still let their finger energies hit him. Bang, bang, bang. A faint golden light shield appeared around Chu Li, and it flickered incessantly. The 3 old men frowned, and again pointed 3 fingers. Bang, bang, bang. The vague shadow of a black tortoise appeared on top of Chu Li's head, faintly discernible, and finally retracted into his body. The 3 old men looked gloomy and again pointed 3 fingers. Chapter 2015. Shueluayu panicked. Her entire body was in pain, but she endured the pain and launched another infinite palm. Seeing that Chu Li did not resist, it was obvious that he was at a critical moment of channeling. If he was disturbed, he might go berserk. If that happened, she would be the one to blame. In a panic, Shueluayu channeled almost all of her internal energy into this attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A bright light blocked Chu Li's back. After the 3 sword energies pierced through this light, they fell in front of Chu Li again, but were blocked by the vague shadow of the black tortoise and disappeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 sword energies shot toward Shueluayu, who was falling. Shueluayu's internal energy was concentrated in her previous palm attack. Her inner energy was endless, but it was impossible for her to recover to her peak in an instant. She could only launch an infinite palm to block the attack. Bang! She was hit by the sword energy again and crashed into a towering ancient tree. Crack! The towering ancient tree slowly fell. Shueluayu's back crashed into the ancient tree. As the ancient tree fell, she suddenly sped up, showing no signs of injury. Her body shot out along the fallen ancient tree like a ghost. She turned in the air and once again shot toward the 3 elders. She pushed both palms together and a clear light flashed toward the 3 elders. Her eyes were bright, but her face was pale under the white veil. She had activated her secret technique to stimulate her potential. She wanted to buy time for Chu Li, or else he would really die. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 sword energies shot toward the bright light again. The 3 elders were surrounded by the clear light as if they had fallen into a lake. Under the sword energy, the clear light shimmered, but there was no sign of it collapsing. It was still tightly wrapped around the 3 elders. The 3 elders' shadowless divine swords were most powerful because they were invisible and impossible to defend against. Secondly, they were extremely pure. However, these 2 were restrained when they came into contact with the infinite palm. At this time, Shueluayu activated her secret technique, and her internal energy increased several times. She was able to suppress the 3 elders' shadowless divine swords. As soon as the sword chi appeared, it was reflected by the boundless palm energy. One could clearly see the appearance of the sword chi. Moreover, the pure sword chi was weakened by the boundless palm energy. It instantly became weaker, and its power was greatly reduced. Even when it came into contact with Chu Li, it was blocked by the golden light shield. The 3 elders did not believe it and continued to attack. The sword energy from the shadowless divine sword broke through the immeasurable palm. Unfortunately, the sword energy that broke through the immeasurable palm could not break through Chu Li's protective energy barrier. Hence, they pounced on Chu Li, trying to get closer to him. The closer they got, the stronger the shadowless divine swords. Like a ghost, Shueluayu turned into a hazy shadow, trying to block the 3 old men, but she was forced back by the shadowless sword. The 3 old men moved their fingers, and the sword chi of the shadowless sword flew everywhere, forcing Shueluayu to launch her infinite palm. The 3 elders instantly appeared behind Chu Li. One of them pointed at Shueluayu, preventing her from coming closer to help, while the other 2 pointed at Chu Li. They were only an arm's length away from Shueluayu, enough to kill Chu Li. When the 2 elders pointed at Chu Li suddenly turned to face the 3 elders. He opened his eyes and swung the regal sky sword on his knees. The sword was sudden and light. It was as if it had flown from the sky and was untraceable. The tip of the sword was as light and elegant as a swallow as it slid across the 3 elders' necks before returning to its scabbard. The 3 old men slowly collapsed and breathed their last. Chu Li shook his head and looked at Shueluayu in the distance. He smiled. "Ninth Princess, I'm sorry to have dragged you into this." Shueluayu looked at the 3 elders on the ground and sighed. She shook her head. "Are you okay?" Chu Li had completely returned to his youthful appearance. It was as if his old age was just a dream. It made people wonder if it had ever existed. She sighed to herself. Compared to Chu Li, she was too far behind. She was like a burden. She was ashamed that there was such a gap between them, as they were both supreme masters. Chuli nodded. I'm fine now. Ninth Princess, you should be careful. You should stop the secret skill. Shuayu hurriedly stopped the secret skill, and her bright eyes suddenly dimmed. She suddenly lost her spirit, as if she had turned from a brilliant beauty into a mediocre woman. Chuli sighed. If it wasn't for your help, I would have been in danger. This was not a lie. When he used the ageless longevity technique earlier, he noticed a weakness of the technique. When it absorbed the lifespan of the surrounding people, the inner energy would be expelled and could not enter the body. When he absorbed the lifespan of the evergreen, this did not happen. It was obvious that this was related to the heart technique of the ageless longevity technique. Next time, he must remember this lesson and directly absorb the evergreen in his arms. Shuayu said, "The city of 10,000 swords is really anxious." Chuli smiled. "Let's see if they have more masters, or if I've killed more people." Shuayu stared at him and slowly nodded. If he had said this when they first met, she would not have thought much of it. She would have thought that Chu Li was arrogant. Now, however, she felt that he was determined and powerful. His spirit was extraordinary and heroic. The two left the forest and continued forward. The night was hazy and the moonlight was like water. The two traveled with the night wind like fairies. Chuli continued to ask, "What does the Cliff of Forgetfulness know if someone walked or teleported here?" Shuayu had a treasure that concealed the heavenly secrets, so it was impossible to deduce. There was no one watching, so how would they know if someone had teleported here? "Just make an oath," Shuayu said. "After entering the Cliff of Forgetfulness and before the sword meet of Forgetfulness, swear to God that you walked here on your own and did not use any teleportation technique." Chuli was stunned. He immediately realized, the more powerful one's martial arts, the more cautious they would be when they made an oath. The more powerful one's martial arts was, the more compatible one would be with heaven and earth. The oath would be more effective, as if the power of heaven and earth could fulfill the oath. Since everyone who participated in the sword meet of forgetfulness was either rank 1 or supreme rank, once they made an oath, it would be true. Otherwise, they would be punished. This was not a matter of luck. Countless painful events had proven that the power of oaths existed. The Celestials no longer had any hope of getting lucky. He suddenly looked up to the left and stopped as if he was deep in thought. Shuayu stopped as well. "Another assassination?" Chuli smiled. "It's a friend this time." "Which friend?" Shuayu asked curiously. As far as she knew, Chuli had been fighting alone ever since he went to the Outland. He had only joined the White Dew clan and the Front Temple Division. The people from the White Dew clan and the Front Temple Division would never come here. Chuli smiled. "Sun Mingyue." Shuayu was surprised. "Sun Mingyue from the Great Light Surpassing State?" Chuli nodded. The two were talking on the treetop. The moonlight was like water. A white figure floated in from afar like a cloud. Chuli smiled. Sun Mingyue was dressed in white like a white veil. She was dressed the same as Shuayu, but her eyes were different. Chapter 2016. Chuli smiled. "This is the 9th princess of the Rainmaster Palace, Shuayu. Miss Xue is well known." Sun Mingyue closed fist saluted. "Sun Mingyue of the Great Light Surpassing State. Miss Sun is well known too." Shuayu chuckled. Shuayu chuckled and said faintly, "I didn't expect to meet the top genius of the Great Light Surpassing State here." Sun Mingyue smiled and gently removed the white veil, revealing a face that was both happy and angry at the same time. She glanced at Chu Li with her watery eyes and smiled faintly. "The 9th princess of the Rainmaster Palace has excellent martial arts and looks. She was even more beautiful than before. Because of the great improvement in her martial arts, her temperament became even colder and more aloof. She was like a white cloud in the sky, visible but unreachable. Standing in front of her, one could not help but feel ashamed of their inferiority." Shuayu also gently took off her white veil, revealing a beautiful face that was not inferior to Sun Mingyue's. Sun Mingyue was cold and unapproachable, while Shuayu was gentle and gentle. Her eyes were vibrant and captivating. Chu Li smiled. I finally get to see the ninth princess face. Sun Mingwei smiled faintly. You live up to your reputation. The ninth princess is indeed beautiful. Miss Sun, you don't have to be so polite. Shuela Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Most people judge people by their appearance. As she spoke, she put the white veil back on her face, covering her beautiful face. Chu Li understood her concerns. Her temperament was cold and aloof, making people afraid to approach her. She could be looked at from afar, but not played with. However, her appearance destroyed this temperament. She was beautiful and gentle, making people unable to control themselves. It was completely different from her cold temperament. It was like a combination of ice and fire. Her appearance destroyed her original temperament. It was inevitable that men would be tempted to approach her. Sun Mingwei did not put back her white veil. She looked at Chu Li. Where are you going? Chu Li replied, Cliff of Forgetfulness. Sword meet of Forgetfulness? Sun Mingwei asked. Chu Li nodded. The ninth princess wants to participate. Are you going too? Yes. Sun Mingwei sighed. I have to go. I have to obey the sex orders. Chu Li smiled. Congratulations. You're the first person in great light surpassing state in 1,000 years. He and Sun Mingwei could sense each other because of the supreme Vajra scripture. If Sun Mingwei really wanted to find him, she could directly circulate the supreme Vajra scripture. No matter how far away they were, she would be able to sense him and teleport over. However, since she was going to participate in the sword meet of Wang Qing, she naturally couldn't teleport. She could only rush over with her qinggong. Sun Mingwei gave him a sidelong glance. Her eyes were watery, and she seemed to be annoyed. Chu Li's heart skipped a beat. His heart was pounding. Her flirtatious behavior was extremely alluring. Seeing how she treated Chu Li, Shuela Yu knew the relationship between the two. She felt that the two of them looked quite compatible when they stood together. It could be said that they were a perfect match. Sun Mingwei was extremely talented and had entered the ranks of supreme grade, but she was still a notch below Chu Li. She was about the same level as Chu Li, so it was obvious that her aptitude was better than Chu Li's. In that case, she was still a rival and an obstacle for Chu Li to enter Taihao Peak. However, it was obvious that he could not attack Sun Mingwei. Otherwise, he would not even be able to get past Chu Li. After witnessing Chu Li's prowess, Sun Mingwei became more reliant and cautious of Chu Li. If she really offended Chu Li, there would be endless trouble in the future. Chu Li said, even the great light surpassing sect wants to let its disciples enter Taihao Peak. Which sect can refuse Taihao Peak? Sun Mingwei shook her head. What about you? You should seize this opportunity. I heard that if you perform well in the sword meet of Wang Qing, your chances of entering Taihao Peak will be higher. I'll give it a try, Chu Li said. If Sun Mingwei could enter, he should also go in and take care of her. Moreover, the martial arts of Taihao Peak were irresistible. He should not let go of such an opportunity. His goal was greater, and he needed the identity of a disciple of Taihao Peak. Once he became a disciple of Taihao Peak, his identity would no longer be an obstacle for him to wield power. Sun Mingwei smiled sweetly, and her surroundings suddenly lit up. She hurried over to find Chu Li because she wanted him to participate in the sword meet of Wang Qing. It would be best if they could enter Taihao Peak together. With Chu Li's aptitude, there was a high chance that he would fight for it. She disagreed with the great light surpassing sect's judgment that Chu Li's aptitude was ordinary. If his aptitude was ordinary, how could Chu Li rush to become the world's #1 in such a short time? Chu Li's comprehension was high, and the strength of his body was beyond imagination. Shuela Yu said, since Miss Sun is also participating in the sword meet of Wang Qing, why don't we go together? She knew that even if she did not invite Sun Mingwei, she would not leave easily, so she might as well do Sun Mingwei a favor. Sun Mingwei gave a fist salute before Chu Li and smiled. Thank you for your hospitality. Chu Li said, the heaven-regaining sword is the lost divine sword of the city of 10,000 swords. They insisted on taking it back and tried to assassinate me like a madman. It will be very dangerous for you to travel with me. Sun Mingwe glared at him. Well, have you not been in danger? Chu Li burst into laughter. Shuelo Yu praised. Miss Sun is so bold. She felt that the relationship between the two was deep, but it seemed to be faint, unlike other couples. Chu Li suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. For streaks of light appeared in the blink of an eye, as if they were about to attack, but they suddenly stopped and landed on the treetops 10 meters away, drifting with the night wind. It was 4 middle-aged men in white, looking at them with electrifying gazes. Their cold, electrifying gazes swept over Sun Mingwe. Sun Mingwe gave a fist salute. Senior Brother Zheng, Senior Brother Liu, Senior Brother Cheng, Senior Brother Hua. The 4 middle-aged men smiled and looked at her in confusion, then at Shuoyu, who was dressed in white. Junior Sister Sun, why are you walking with the people from the Rainmaster Palace? Sun Mingwe pointed at Chu Li. This is Chu Li. Chu Li? The 4 men's gazes fell on Chu Li, sweeping across him like lightning, as if they wanted to see through him. Chu Li gave a fist salute and nodded. No wonder. The middle-aged man in the lead shook his head and laughed. Junior Sister Sun, you can't be careless in this sword meet of Wang Qing. As he spoke, he was still staring at Chu Li. Chu Li's gaze was calm as he looked at the 4 of them. He could see that their cultivation levels were extremely high, not inferior to Sun Mingwe's. It seemed like the light-surpassing state strength was also very shocking. Sun Mingwe said, Don't worry, Senior Brother Zheng. I won't be careless. You guys can go back first. All right, then we'll leave first. The 4 men nodded with smiles on their faces. Not a trace of killing intent could be seen. When they turned into 4 streaks of light and disappeared into the night sky, Shuelo chuckled. Thanks to Miss Sun, an assassination was spared. She could naturally see that the target of these 4 Supreme Grade Masters was her. They were assassins sent by the light-surpassing state. However, they did not expect to meet Sun Mingwe, so they could only stop. Sun Mingwe smiled. The Rainmaster Palace also has people in charge of assassinations, right? Shuelo smiled and did not deny it. Chu Li said, There won't be any trouble, right? Sun Mingwe had a tacit understanding with him, so she knew what he meant. She shook her head. It's not like before. Ever since I've stepped into Supreme Grade, the sex control is not as wide. Chapter 2017. Shuelo explained, Stepping into Supreme Grade means you've entered the upper echelons of power. You're different from ordinary disciples, so you won't be too restricted. As long as you don't violate the sect's rules, it's fine. This is the norm in all sects in the Outland. Chu Li smiled. That saves me a lot of trouble. They won't say anything. Sun Mingwe glared at him. She knew that Chu Li had not come looking for her, because she had been in isolated cultivation. He also wanted to avoid the sect from finding trouble with her and forcing her to cut off her emotional ties with the intellectual sword. This was also one of the reasons why she had held back her anger and cultivated to Supreme Grade. Once she stepped into Supreme Grade, the sect would not care who she wanted to be close to. Chu Li slowly nodded. Shuelo always felt like she was unnecessary. Although Chu Li and Sun Mingwe were not as intimate as other couples, their flirting made Shuelo feel like she had disturbed them. She should have left. Chu Li, let's go our separate ways. Shuelo said. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Sun Mingwe said, Ninth Princess, did I disturb you too? Why don't I go first? I was with Chu Li earlier because he didn't know the way. Now that you're here, I don't need to lead the way. Shuelo quickly waved her hand. If she agreed, Chu Li would be upset even if he did not say anything. Sun Mingwe smiled. I don't know the way either. If that's the case, we really have to go together. Shuelo smiled. Sorry to disturb you old friends. Chu Li glanced at Sun Mingwe and shook his head. He knew that Sun Mingwe was meticulous and must have asked for the route beforehand, so she must know the way. He just did not want Shuelo to leave, so he would not be put in a difficult position. Sun Mingwe said, I'm the one interrupting your journey. Ninth Princess, do you know Song Wuji? Song Wuji, the master of the Thunder Pool. Of course he knows. Shuelo nodded. The 3 of them chatted as they glided along with the night breeze. Sun Mingwe sighed. I heard that he came from the lower realm, but he became the master of the Thunder Pool. What an anomaly. The thunder pool tends to go to extremes. Shuelu shook her head and said, moreover, the master of the thunder pool in the upper realm acted strangely. He only valued talent, no matter where he came from. As long as his kung fu was excellent and his mind was good, he could become a senior member of the thunder pool. Extraordinary spirit. Chuli nodded. Shuelu said, back then, the thunder pool was similar to our hall of the Rainmaster. They had also declined to a certain extent. Poverty led to change, and they broke their original tradition. However, because of this, the thunder pool was also ostracized by the 9 divisions, and the price was high. Chuli said, the 9 divisions have never been on good terms. It doesn't matter, does it? Shuelu shook her head and said, of the 9 divisions except for the Great Sky Peak and the Heaven-Shaking Tower, the other 7 divisions are indeed fighting each other. However, the Thunder Pool is the target of everyone. None of them are on good terms with the Thunder Pool. They are all secretly suppressing the Thunder Pool, so they have declined over the years. Chuli sighed. If that's the case, the Rainmaster Palace wouldn't dare to take the path of the Thunder Pool. It seemed like it was impossible for him to become the Hall Master of the Rainmaster Hall. No matter how strong his martial arts were, it was impossible for him to become the enemy of the world. The Rainmaster Hall would definitely take the Thunder Pool as a warning. All the disciples would not dare to let him become the Hall Master. Shuelu said, don't forget our agreement. Chuli nodded slowly. Shuelu smiled. If Song Wuji became the Deputy Pool Master, the Thunder Pool wouldn't have ended up like this. Unfortunately, he became the Pool Master. It's a step away. Sun Mingwei asked, then the Thunder Pool isn't strong now. On the contrary, the Thunder Pool is very strong. Shuelu shook her head lightly and frowned. The Thunder Pool has completely abandoned its original tradition. No matter what character or background one has, as long as one's martial arts is strong, one can enter the Thunder Pool. Therefore, although the Thunder Pool is foul, it is very strong. This Song Wuji is a genius, Sun Mingwei said. She knew about the grudge between Chu Li and Song Wuji. The two of them would fight sooner or later. However, when Song Wuji was mentioned in the sect, everyone kept it a secret and did not want to talk about it. Song Wuji's martial arts is rare in the world. Rumor has it that he has the highest chance of breaking through to the great enlightened master. Shuelu nodded slowly. That's why he can suppress those B** stars from the Thunder Pool. However, if something happens to Song Wuji, or if Song Wuji removes his position as the Thunder Pool Master, the Thunder Pool will be in chaos and collapse. Chuli asked, has Song Wuji ever entered Tai Hao Peak? He has. Shuelu sighed. Think about his aptitude. How could Tai Hao Peak miss him? However, Miss Sun's aptitude is not inferior to Song Wuji's. You can also enter Tai Hao Peak steadily. Sun Mingwei shook her head. My aptitude is not as good as his. Shuelu said, no matter what, Miss Sun will definitely enter Tai Hao Peak. Once you enter Tai Hao Peak, your future will be bright. It's not impossible for you to become the master of surpassing light in the future. Sun Mingwei laughed. You flatter me. Shuelu said seriously. Miss Sun, don't think that I'm joking. It's very possible. Miss Sun, you're the first person in surpassing light in 1,000 years. Just this alone will give you supreme prestige. As long as you have enough merit in martial arts, you'll naturally become the master of surpassing light. The world is difficult. How can it be so easy? Sun Mingwei said. When the time comes, even if you don't want to be the master, everyone will still push you up. Shuelu laughed. She glanced at Chu Li. She somewhat sympathized with Chu Li. Sun Mingwei was so powerful, and Chu Li was a proud person. How could he submit to a woman? If Sun Mingwei became the master, his position would be very awkward. The road of love between the two was indeed very difficult. Chu Li smiled. It seems that everyone has high hopes for you. Sun Mingwei glared at him. Chu Li said seriously, so that means that Song Wuji is the first person in Outland? Shuelu's feet fluttered as she shook her head. No one dares to say that they're the first person in Outland because of their long lifespan. Who knows which old demon hiding in the deep mountains and forests will suddenly appear and shake the world? Chu Li slowly nodded. Outland's spiritual energy was rich and abundant. There were countless spirit herbs and spirit fruits. If one came across a rare fruit, they might be able to reach the sky in a single step. However, he could also hear that, regardless of those old demons living in seclusion, Song Wuji was currently the top master in the eyes of the world. Sun Minghua frowned. Could it be that even the people from Taihao Peak can't defeat Song Wuji? Song Wuji is a disciple of Taihao Peak, Shui Liu said. Taihao Peak might have elders who can suppress Song Wuji, but unless Song Wuji does something that angers the heavens and the people, Taihao Peak won't make a move against their own disciples. The three of them talked as they hurried from night to morning. They rested for a while in the early morning, then continued their journey after breakfast. They ran all the way until night. The moonlight was like water as the shadows of the three of them silently swept across the land. They kept their heads down as they hurried on their journey. When the sun rose, they arrived in front of a towering peak. This was where the Cliff of Forgetfulness was located. Chuli did not expect the journey to be so smooth. There were no other assassinations, and the city of 10,000 swords did not send anyone anymore, as if they were really afraid. Chapter 2018. The towering giant peak seemed to pierce through the clouds, and its peak could not be seen clearly. Half of the mountain was already shrouded by clouds and mist. Chuli used the omniscient mirror to observe the mountain and found that it was chaotic, as if it had merged with the void. It was obvious that it was protected by a powerful formation. Not only could it avoid being observed, but it could also avoid being divined by the heavenly design. Chuli squinted his eyes and felt that the Cliff of Forgetfulness was extraordinary. This Wangqing Cliff was not even one of the 9 divisions and was not considered a top sect. It was still one level lower than the Great Light Surpassing State, but it was already so powerful. The Great Light Surpassing State must be even more unfathomable. Shui Liu said softly, Sun Minghua of Great Light Surpassing Realm and Shui Liu of Rainmaster Palace. I'm Chuli. I'm here to participate in the Sword of Forgetfulness meet. Her slightly hoarse voice drifted out and echoed endlessly in the air. Sun Minghua asked, Has the 9th princess been to Wangqing Cliff? Shui Liu nodded gently. Twice. Sun Minghua smiled and said, It is said that the power of Wangqing Cliff's Wangqing Palm is peerless. 9th princess, have you experienced it? Shui Liu said, It's indeed powerful. The deadliest thing is that it can make people feel despair, as if they have nothing left to live for and only want to cut off all the restraints and completely leave the mortal world. Sun Minghua said, I'd like to learn a thing or two. She glanced at Chuli. She knew that Chu Li's wife, Shao Qi, had cultivated the regal sword scripture and was known as the regal Wangqing. She should be somewhat related to this Wangqing Cliff. Chuli asked, What's the connection between Wangqing Cliff and the Grand Supreme Sect? The emotionless cliff was created by a disciple of the Grand Supreme Sect. Shui Liu shook her head gently and said, They share the same origin, but the palm of indifference and the sword of indifference are different from the martial arts of the Taishang sect. It is said that the disciples of the Taishang sect created them after obtaining the indifference heavenly book, and they have the momentum of surpassing their predecessors. If that's the case, then Wangqing Cliff is better than the Grand Supreme Sect? Chuli was surprised. Shui Liu sighed and said, The Grand Sect is a secluded sect that is unfathomable. No one dares to say that the Passionless Cliff is better than the Grand Sect. As the three of them spoke, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. 2 young men dressed in black robes floated down from the sky as if they were supported by white clouds. They landed in front of the trio and cupped their fists in greeting. Their expressions were sincere as they said, Greetings to Miss Sun, 9th Princess, and young Master Chu. Please follow us up the cliff. Thank you. Chuli gave a fist salute. The 2 black-robed youths were both handsome, but they weren't cold. Instead, they looked amiable. They quickly glanced at Chu Li and the others, but did not judge them. They bowed humbly and turned around to lead the way. They floated up and headed straight for the white clouds that covered the mountainside. The three of them followed behind them. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. The qigong of these two young men was truly top-notch. The most difficult part of qigong was not its speed, but its slowness. To be able to ascend so slowly, it was not only the mental cultivation method of qigong that was powerful, but also the original inner force mental cultivation method, which required inner force to be pure and exquisite. The three of them followed them into the clouds, and the temperature suddenly dropped. Palaces appeared in front of them one after another. They went all the way up, and when they reached the layer of ice and snow, they suddenly stopped and did not appear again. There were no buildings at the peak of the mountain and the area 300 to 400 meters below it. There was only ice and snow, and glaciers glittered under the sun. Chu Li looked at Sun Mingwe. Sun Mingwe smiled. They all thought of the Great Light Peak. Although the glaciers here were not as huge as the Great Light Peak, they already had a somewhat psychedelic aura that made people feel otherworldly, no longer tainted by worldly fame, wealth, and grudges. Their hearts were at peace. They followed the two young men and directly flew over the continuous palaces, like white clouds floating in the sky, until they reached the peak of the mountain covered in ice and snow. A towering precipice was about 100 meters high. It went straight up and down like an extremely wide longsword that was inserted into the mountain peak. It was as if a giant sword had fallen from the sky, and it was imposing. On the precipice, there were densely packed small words. Chu Li glanced at them, but he did not recognize any of them. In front of the precipice, there were dozens of round stools made of ice. There were 16 young men sitting on the ice stools, staring at the words on the stone wall without moving. It was as if they did not hear or see their arrival, and did not care about them at all. The two young men floated down and bowed. Miss Sun, Ninth Princess, young Master Chu, this is where the sword meet will be held. The three of you may do as you please. The sword meet of Wang Qing will begin in 2 days. If you don't want to stay here, you can go to the distinguished guest's abode in the sect. However, most of the distinguished guests will not go to the abode. They will choose to comprehend the heavenly tome of Wang Qing here. Chu Li fist saluted. Thank you. The two young men fist saluted back and fluttered away. This is the heavenly tome of Wang Qing. Chu Li pointed at the precipice. At this moment, standing under the precipice, he could not help but feel the vastness of heaven and earth and the humbleness of human beings. Shuai Yu said, "This is the heavenly tome of Wang Qing." It is said that the founder of the cliff of Wang Qing was inspired by this heavenly tome of Wang Qing and created the heart of Wang Qing scripture. From then on, it combined with the original regal sword scripture, creating the palm of Wang Qing and the sword of Wang Qing, and establishing a sect. Chu Li said, "Could this heavenly tome of Wang Qing be incomplete?" "It's definitely complete." Shuai Yu shook her head. The founder of the cliff of Wang Qing once swore that this is the most complete and authentic heavenly tome of Wang Qing. When he first came here, this was what he saw, and it has been like this for tens of thousands of years. The founder of the cliff of Wang Qing once set a rule that no disciple of the younger generation will ever damage the wall of Wang Qing. Chu Li smiled. This breadth of mind is really scary. It seems that he is very confident in his own comprehension. He deserves to be so confident. Shuai Yu said, "For tens of thousands of years, there are very few people who have been inspired by this wall of Wang Qing, but no one has been able to obtain more from the wall of Wang Qing than the heart of Wang Qing scripture. If you want to understand this wall of Wang Qing wall, I'm afraid you'll need the right time, the right place, and the right people," Sun Mingwe said. "As far as I know, it's most suitable for people who have been hurt by their emotions." Chu Li said, "Everyone is prepared, right? Do you want to be hurt by your emotions before trying to understand it? This method won't work." Shuai Yu said, "Many people have tried it, but it's just a shortcut. Once you have this intention, it's difficult to be hurt by your emotions, so you need opportunity." The three of them distanced themselves from the 16 young men who were trying to understand it and walked 100 meters away. 100 meters away, they could see the precipice from afar, but there was no sense of majestic oppression. The stone wall was in the north, so it was very bright under the sunlight. Under the mountains full of glaciers, it was as dark as ink, so it was naturally eye-catching. Let's try to understand it too. Shui Liu said, the sword of Wang Qing Cliff is actually inviting young talents to come and understand this wall of Wang Qing Wall. Those with good comprehension will get great benefits. Chu Li slowly nodded. He could not help but admire the founder of Wang Qing Cliff. With such a broad mind, how could Wang Qing Cliff not prosper? However, no matter how prosperous Wang Qing Cliff was, it was inevitable that everyone was a talent, just like young Lord Lu Zheng whom he met in the restaurant. He was not a talent. Chu Li did not have too much hope. No one had been able to understand it for tens of thousands of years. No matter how strong his comprehension was, he would not be able to reach such a level. However, since he had nothing to do, he sat on an ice block, and the feeling of stability calmed his heart. He could not help but look down at the ice block below him. He did not expect it to be a treasure. Sitting on it to cultivate would yield twice the results with half the effort. Chapter 2019. The words on the wall of forgetfulness were words, but Chu Li was not sure if they were. They looked like scribbles that were crooked and specious. At first glance, they looked like little people with the curves of their bodies and their movements, but upon closer inspection, they did not look like human figures. These symbols were like strange insects that crawled all over the stone wall. The stone wall was straight up and down, perpendicular to the ground, and even a little inverted. It was about 30 stories high, and the top of the wall seemed to be connected to the sky. Under the blue sky, it seemed less majestic, as if the stone wall would fly up and shoot into the void at any time. Chu Li frowned and shook his head. If they were really words, he would be able to see the pattern at a glance, but these were not words. Otherwise, they would not be so messy and untraceable. If they were not words, what were they? They did not look like drawings. He also thought about whether the strokes themselves were techniques, just like what was written in the novels he read in his past life. Unfortunately, after careful study, he rejected this speculation. These strokes had nothing to do with techniques. His Heavenly Star Insight technique kept spinning rapidly as he flipped through everything he had read in his mind. He compared them with the Heavenly Scroll of Forgetfulness in an attempt to grasp the key. If he could really comprehend the Heavenly Scroll of Forgetfulness and pass it to Shao Qi, her martial arts would definitely improve by leaps and bounds, far surpassing her peers. If that was the case, he might be able to help Shao Qi cultivate and become an enlightened master so that she could travel to the Outland with him. Chu Li felt lonely in the Outland, as enemies were everywhere and he did not have many friends. Although he could see through human nature and people's hearts, he found it even more boring. His limited friends could not come to the Outland. Sun Mingwei was there, but because of the Great Light Surpassing State, she had to cultivate in isolation and keep a distance from her so that she would not affect her situation in the Great Light Surpassing State. Sun Mingwei was already powerful and was not bound by any restrictions, so she could see him whenever she wanted. However, Chu Li still felt that it would be best if Shao Qi could come with him. He closed his eyes, and his mind suddenly went blank. He could not remember anything, as if he had never seen the Heavenly Scroll of Forgetfulness before. This meant that the Heavenly Scroll of Forgetfulness was not fake, but there was an invisible force protecting it, preventing other people's memories from leaking. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. It was no wonder that the founder of the Cliff of Forgetfulness was so generous and bold. It was because the divine tome of forgetfulness would not be divulged to outsiders. Moreover, the mountain shielding formation was mysterious. Chu Li could conclude that the mountain shielding formation was closely related to the wall of forgetfulness. The wall of forgetfulness contained a powerful force. Chu Li was suddenly very interested in its origin. He turned his head and asked, "Does the ninth princess know where the wall of forgetfulness came from?" "I heard it came from outer space." Shui said, "Everyone firmly believes this. The heavenly tome of indifference is probably a martial art from the upper heaven, and it's even stronger than our Grandmaster's martial arts." Chu Li seemed to be deep in thought. "Ever since it appeared, no one has had any ideas about it. You've never been harmed before?" Yes, but none of them succeeded. Shui Liu said. They couldn't even get close to the wall of forgetfulness. Because of the formation? Chu Li asked. Shui Liu nodded slowly. Chu Li carefully observed the wall of forgetfulness and sighed. I really don't know what kind of formation this is. Ever since he entered the formation, he had been using the omniscient mirror to observe it and the heavenly star insight skill to derive it. But he could not figure out what kind of formation it was and what kind of flaws it had. As a formation master, when he saw a brilliant formation, he always had the urge to figure it out. Sun Mingwei said, many formation masters came, but they couldn't break this formation. Relying on this formation, the cliff of forgetfulness is as stable as a rock, which is why they dare to hold a sword discussion like this. Chu Li sighed. Good spirit indeed. Sun Mingwen nodded lightly. It's rare in this world. Even the 9 divisions don't have such spirit. Shui Yu said, the 9 divisions are different from here, and they bear a heavier responsibility. Chu Li smiled. You have to pay a price for what you gain, and it's the same everywhere. Although the 9 divisions are tyrannical and occupy most of the resources in the Outland, they also pay a heavy price in the slaughterhouse of the Outland. There was no imperial court in the Outland of the Outland, and the 9 divisions were similar to the imperial court in the lower realm. They seized most of the resources in the Outland of the Outland, and at the same time bore the heavy responsibility of fighting against the heavenly demons and Azura. The battle between the 9 divisions was also a subtle balance, and it was a subtle pattern formed by the Outland of countless years. Whoever wanted to break this pattern would have to bear the attacks of the 9 divisions. Unless a great enlightened master appeared, this pattern would not change. Sun Mingwei said, the slaughterhouse of the Outland is very cruel, right? Her eyes flashed as she stared at Chu Li. When she heard that Chu Li had entered the White Dew Hall and entered the slaughterhouse of the Outland, she was worried for a while, but by the time she came out, Chu Li had already returned from the slaughterhouse and knew the outcome. Chu Li sighed. The Azura is very powerful, and they're in cahoots with the heavenly demons. The situation is very serious now, but unfortunately, most of the Celestials are still befuddled and think that there's still a small problem. Shui Liu said, previously, the elders of the heaven-shaking pavilion had actually predicted this situation, so they dragged the lower realm into it to ease the process. Now it seems that it has come to this, and the slaughterhouse of the Outland will be even more cruel in the future. Sun Mingwei frowned. It's to block the news, right? Otherwise, who would enter the 9 divisions? The 9 divisions had a lot of resources, and it felt like it was a good place to cultivate in the public faction. For those with ambition who wanted to cultivate faster and become stronger, the 9 divisions was the ideal place. Being a disciple of the 9 divisions was more dangerous, but could train the body and mind, stimulate one's potential, and seek wealth amidst danger. Shui Liu shook her head. There are always hot-blooded people. As the 3 of them spoke, they looked at the Book of Indifference. It was obvious that Shui Liu had no intention of comprehending the Book of Indifference, and Sun Mingwei was not in a hurry to comprehend it either. After looking at it for a while, she had no clue. Previously, when she was in the divine light boundary, her master had warned her not to force herself to comprehend it. If she could not comprehend it, then so be it. She could not force herself, lest she cause herself to go mad. Countless young talents had fallen under the wall of indifference. As they spoke, the 2 disciples of the cliff of indifference from before floated up, followed by a thin, handsome young man. His face still had a hint of childishness, and it was obvious that he was a disciple who had just left the mountain. After he came up with the 2 disciples of the cliff of indifference, his eyes swept across everyone and finally fell on Sun Mingwei's face. A stunned expression appeared on his face, and he could not look away. Sun Mingwei ignored his gaze and continued to talk to Chu Li. After the 2 disciples of the cliff of indifference spoke to the handsome young man, they bowed and retreated. The thin young man slowly walked up to Chu Li and gave a fist salute. I'm Zheng Yueming, a disciple of the Lunar Palace. Chu Li gave a fist salute. I'm Chu Li from the Palace of Rainmaster. So you're from the Palace of Rainmaster. Zheng Yueming sighed in relief and smiled. Then you're not an outsider. He looked at Sun Mingyue again. This young lady is? Sun Mingyue from the divine light boundary. Sun Mingyue said faintly. The smile on her face when she spoke to Chu Li had completely disappeared. She was cold and threatening, and kept people at a distance. Chu Li secretly shook his head. His name was not as famous as he thought. Chapter 2020. Zheng Yueming hurriedly said, Ninth Princess, we are not outsiders. The Lunar Palace and the Rainmaster Hall are in cahoots. Shueluoyu gently shook her head. Your Lunar Palace hasn't been so good to us these past few years. That's just a small misunderstanding. Zheng Yueming hurriedly said, It's a pity for senior brother Hu and senior sister Ning, but it's their own business after all. We can't blame anyone, and it shouldn't affect the relationship between our two groups. What you say doesn't count, and what I say doesn't count, Shueluoyu said indifferently. The conduct of you Lunar Palace disciples is truly chilling. Actually, senior apprentice Sister Ning is quite ruthless. Zheng Yueming said, Senior martial brother who still hasn't recovered. Think about it. It's been 3 years. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Shueluoyu said, Who asked who to be so fickle? The truth is that it was just a misunderstanding. Senior apprentice brother who didn't fall in love with someone else. It's just that senior apprentice Sister Ning's personality is too unyielding. Zheng Yueming shook his head and said, But in any case, whoever is in the right and whoever is in the wrong is a grudge between lovers. It has little to do with our two departments. Come on, don't try to get close to me, Shueluoyu said. What do you want to say? Zheng Yueming giggled and said, Can we go together? Shueluoyu looked at Chu Li and Sun Mingyue. Sun Mingyue said, It doesn't matter to me. The ninth princess can decide. She hung up the white veil again, covering her beautiful face. Shueluoyu looked at Chu Li again. Chu Li nodded. Zheng Yueming reluctantly withdrew his gaze, unable to hide his melancholy. He felt that Sun Mingyue's white veil was really a waste of God's gift. How could she be stingy to show such a peerless beauty? Unfortunately, Sun Mingyue was already taken. It was obvious that she and Chu Li were lovers. However, a famous flower with an owner was still a famous flower, and it was worth appreciating. All right, you can come with us, Shueluoyu said lightly, but you'd better think it through. Once we start fighting, don't retreat at the critical moment. Otherwise, we'll never meet again. Don't worry. With the relationship between our two departments, how could I do anything? Zheng Yueming quickly patted his chest. Shueluoyu waved her hand. Zheng Yueming tactfully came to the ice block beside Chu Li and sat down. Sun Mingyue sat on Chu Li's left, Shueluoyu sat next to her, and Chu Li sat on his right. After Zheng Yueming sat down, he ignored the scroll of indifference on the precipice. Instead, he spoke to Chu Li. Brother Chu, you don't look very old. How did you join the Hall of Rainmasters? Chu Li smiled. It's just a coincidence. May I know which sect Brother Chu is a disciple of? Zheng Yueming asked. Chu Li looked at him with a smile. Zheng Yueming was stunned by Chu Li's stare. He touched his face and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. But why was Chu Li's gaze so strange? Chu Li smiled. I'm a disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain. Immortal Attraction Mountain. Zheng Yueming thought for a moment, frowning as he racked his brain. He seemed to be unable to figure out which sect Immortal Attraction Mountain was. He only remembered the sects on Ninth Heaven and had no impression of the sects below Ninth Heaven, so he couldn't think of anything. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Huh? Goddess Attraction Mountain. Chu Li smiled. Brother Zheng, have you figured it out? So you're that Chu Li. Zheng Yueming suddenly realized and closed fist saluted. My apologies for not recognizing you. Chu Li looked at him and knew that he had finally remembered his name. Zheng Yueming sighed. The number 1 master of the lower realm. Chu Li replied, You flatter me. Zheng Yueming shook his head. No matter what, you're a true hero to be able to become the number 1. I really admire you, Brother Chu, especially since you've killed so many great Azuras. Chu Li smiled without saying a word. Zheng Yueming pursed his lips and his face darkened. My big brother died under the palm of a great Azura. Chu Li said, great Azuras are indeed difficult to deal with. I've sworn in front of my big brother's coffin that I'll destroy all great Azuras, Zhang Yueming said in a low voice. Chu Li shook his head. From his point of view, it was almost impossible for the Outland to destroy great Azuras. Once the heavenly demons and Azuras colluded, they would become a huge threat. They might even invade the Outland. Zhang Yueming asked, "How powerful are the great Azuras?" Chu Li replied, "With your cultivation level, you'll have no problem dealing with 2 great Azuras." Zhang Yueming looked childish and young, but he was already a supreme rank. He was considered a hero. The 9 divisions were indeed the 9 divisions. The young talents were not to be underestimated. 2. Zhang Yueming frowned. Chu Li smiled. "That's a conservative estimate. Brother Zhang, if you have a unique martial art that can restrain the Azura power technique, then that'll be a different story. Looks like I'll have to work hard on my cultivation. I need to enter the Tai Hao Peak," Zhang Yueming said. Chu Li smiled and pointed at the cliff. "Brother Zhang, you don't want to study the Scroll of Indifference?" That, Zhang Yueming shook his head. "Instead of spending time studying this, I might as well enter the Tai Hao Peak. Once I enter the Tai Hao Peak, I won't have to worry about not being able to cultivate a martial art more powerful than the Scroll of Indifference." Chu Li said, "I heard that the Scroll of Indifference came from beyond the sky. Anyway, the martial art of the Cliff of Indifference is far from the Tai Hao Peak," Zhang Yueming said. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Zhang Yueming glanced at the 16 young men in the distance and scoffed. "They're really ambitious." Chu Li said, "I think this Scroll of Indifference is quite interesting." "Scribbles. No one knows what it is," Zhang Yueming scoffed. "Some people say it's a formation talisman." Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. As the 2 of them spoke in low voices, 2 disciples of the Cliff of Indifference floated over again. Behind them was a burly young man. His hair was slightly messy, and he had a tiger's nose and a lion's eyes. He looked down at the crowd from the air. His eyes were like 2 cold bolts of lightning. His cultivation level was profound and very aggressive. Chu Li ignored him and only stared at the Scroll of Indifference. Zhang Yueming frowned, but his eyes were bright. The burly young man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared at Zhang Yueming. Zhang Yueming did not want to show weakness and stare back at him. Their gazes seemed to collide and create sparks in the air. The burly young man waved his hand and interrupted the 2 disciples of the Cliff of Indifference. He stepped in front of Zhang Yueming and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Zhang Yueming from the Moon Palace." Zhang Yueming stood up from the ice block and said in a deep voice, "Tell me your name." The burly young man scoffed. "I'm Jing Tianluan from the 3 Sun Palace." The aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. A blazing light shone brightly as if the sun had fallen. 3 Sun Palace. Zhang Yueming sneered. "No wonder you're so arrogant. The Moon Palace has guts." Zhang Tianluan sneered. "You dare to go down the mountain when you're still wet behind the ears. Aren't you afraid of losing your life?" Zhang Yueming pouted. "Although you're from the 3 Sun Palace, I've never heard of you. You're just a nobody. After this sword exchange conference, you'll know my name," Zhang Tianluan said coldly. He seemed to look down on Zhang Yueming. His gaze turned to the 2 women's white muslin and landed on Chu Li. He said in a deep voice, "What about you? Don't tell me you're from the 3 Sun Palace too?" Chu Li retracted his gaze from the precipice and closed fists saluted. "Chu Li from the Hall of Rainmaster." "The Hall of Rainmaster?" Zhang Tianluan revealed a look of disdain and scoffed. "I heard that the White Dew clan was almost completely annihilated last time." Chapter 2021. That was the last thing he wanted to talk about. He could not suppress his anger. He felt extremely guilty for the dead disciples of the White Dew Hall. Although he had not known them for a long time, they were all heroes who fought with their lives to defend the Outland. Even if their original intention was to render meritorious service and receive generous rewards, they still deserved respect and gratitude, as well as honor. However, the reality was so cold. Not only did the dead disciples not receive respect and glory, but they were also ridiculed and thought that they died because they were useless. Even the 9 divisions had the same attitude. He knew that he was incompatible with the realm beyond Avalon because of the different thoughts and concepts that were embedded in his bones. In the Outland's view, the winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. Victory would bring glory and failure would be a sin. Not only the disciples of the 9 divisions, but the sects outside the Outland were also like this. The other sects felt that the 9 divisions occupied so many resources and it was reasonable for them to defend and win. The White Dew Hall was defeated. Not only did the rest of the 9 divisions not sympathize with them, they felt that they had embarrassed the 9 divisions. The other sects were eyeing them and felt that the 9 divisions were useless. The White Dew Hall's defeat made the other sects even more imposing, and the 9 divisions' prestige was hit. Zheng Tianluan sneered. "What am I wrong?" Chu Li said. "That battle was not the White Dew Hall's fault. If you faced 4 great Azuras, could you win?" There weren't that many great Azuras in that battle, right?" Zheng Tianluan said. Chu Li said slowly. "There were no less than 20 great Azuras. Not to mention those 2 teams of Azuras were the elites of the elites. If it were any of the Tri-Sun Palace's clans, would they be able to withstand it? 20 great Azuras? Ha! Zheng Tianluan laughed. "How dare you say that? Why don't you say 200 great Azuras?" Chu Li scoffed. "You think it's impossible? Go ask around the heaven-shaking pavilion and see what they have to say." Zheng Tianluan shook his head and laughed. "Chu Li, you're the #1 master in the lower realm, but this is not the lower realm. This is the Outland. You're nothing. Tuck your tail and be obedient." He had also heard that White Dew Hall had encountered more than 20 great Azuras leading the group, but he did not believe it. He felt that White Dew Hall was exaggerating to cover up his failure. If there were really 20 great Azuras, White Dew Hall would not have survived. "Who do you think you are?" Sun Mingwe said indifferently. Her clear and cold gaze pierced Zheng Tianluan's eyes like a sharp sword as she said indifferently, "Noisy scram." Zheng Tianluan's face suddenly darkened. His eyes shone as he glared at Sun Mingwe and said coldly, "Who are you?" "Great lights surpassing states, Sun Mingwe." Sun Mingwe waved her hand and gestured for him to leave. "It's you." Zheng Tianluan clenched his teeth. "Your name is well known, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. You really disappoint me." Chu Li sighed and waved his hand to stop Sun Mingwe from speaking. Sun Mingwe rolled her eyes at him and shut her mouth. Chu Li sighed. "Then get lost. Don't blame me for taking action if you spout any more nonsense." Zheng Tianluan laughed out loud. "What an arrogant tone. Come on, I want to see how capable you are." Chu Li shook his head. "You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin." A blue light flashed in his eyes. Bang! Zheng Tianluan was instantly sent flying. A layer of white light enveloped him and protected him, blocking the God-punishing Thunder Sword's attack. Zheng Tianluan was still in a state of shock and was sent flying before he could even react. However, with his protective energy barrier, he immediately calmed down. He was about to laugh out loud and even counterattack when the white light flashed again as if it was about to shatter. Bang! With a muffled sound, he was sent flying again in the air. Chu Li shook his head and did not chase after him. He knew that killing was not allowed in the sword meet. In a martial arts duel, killing was done on the way here. Once they entered the cliff of forgetfulness, they could no longer kill. Zheng Tianluan flew 100 meters away and landed lightly on the ground. The white light was still on his body, but he did not have the slightest confidence. If it were to happen again, it would be difficult to maintain his protective energy barrier. What was worse was that he did not know how to avoid it. He could only sense it, but it was already upon him. He could not avoid it in time. He glared at Chu Li with an ugly expression. Zheng Yueming clapped and laughed. Good hit." Zheng Tianluan coldly closed fist saluted. "Good martial arts, I admire you." Chu Li's gaze had already turned to the cliff and was reading the divine book of forgetfulness, ignoring him. Being looked down upon, Zheng Tianluan's face darkened. His eyes flashed coldly and were filled with murderous intent. He was favored by the heavens. As a young talent of the Three-Sun Palace, he had a bright future ahead of him. Therefore, everyone around him or that he came into contact with looked up to him. No one dared to ignore him. As a proud person, he could not stand being ignored. It was far more infuriating than a few scolding words. Sun Mingwe lightly said, "Don't ask for it." Zheng Tianluan shouted, "Sun Mingwe, you're just a disciple of the great light surpassing state. Your great light surpassing state's so-called #1 genius in 1,000 years is just blowing your own trumpet. Ridiculous." Sun Mingwe lightly punched. After she sacrificed herself to save Chu Li, she had a deep understanding of the scripture of great light. Therefore, she was able to reach the supreme grade in a single bound from the great light surpassing state. The divine light fist was no longer dazzling. It was as if the fist force did not exist. It was like a gentle breeze. Bang! Zheng Tianluan pushed with both palms and took a few steps back amidst the explosion. His face flushed red. He had been tensed up to guard against Chu Li's next attack. Therefore, he had given his all in this attack. However, he was still pushed back by this simple punch. He could not help but blush in embarrassment and anger. Sun Mingwe shook her head. With such a cultivation level, what qualifications do you have to be so arrogant? What a joke. Zheng Tianluan's face was ashen as he stared at Sun Mingwe. Sun Mingwe waved her hand. Get lost. Don't come here and be a nuisance. Otherwise, I'll cripple you. Although we can't kill people here, the cliff of forgetfulness won't say anything even if I cripple you. All right. Zheng Tianluan gritted his teeth. I'll remember that. He was about to turn and leave when he suddenly stopped. Two disciples from the cliff of forgetfulness fluttered over with another person following behind them. It was a young man who was about the same age as Zheng Tianluan. He was thin and tall with a long red face. His eyes were slightly squinted as if he had not woken up yet. It was as if the sun was shining on him, and he could not open his eyes. He lazily glanced at Zheng Tianluan and nodded. Zheng Tianluan was overjoyed. Senior brother Jing. Jing Santa nodded. Yes. He took a step forward and stood in front of Zheng Tianluan. He lazily glanced at him and then at the people around them. Senior brother Jing, you've come at the right time. Zheng Tianluan hurriedly said. Those are the people from the Lunar Palace and the Rain Master Palace. Why bother with them? Jing Santan said lightly. He was about to sit on an ice block. Zheng Tianluan hurriedly said, Senior brother Jing, I've been defeated by them. Jing Santan stopped and turned to look at Chu Li and the others. Zheng Tianluan said, That's Chu Li from the lower realm and Sun Mingwe from the great light surpassing state. As for Zheng Yueming from the Lunar Palace, you don't have to bother with him. That should be Shui Luoyu from the Rain Master Palace. Jing Santan's gaze fell on Shui Luoyu. He had a complicated look on his face. Chapter 2022. Chu Li perked up. Could it be that Jing Santan and Shui Luoyu had some kind of relationship? Shui Luoyu glanced at Jing Santan indifferently before turning her gaze elsewhere. Miss Shui, how have you been? Jing Santan's voice was bitter. Shui Luoyu said, Master Jing, we've only met once, right? She could see the light in Chu Li and Sun Mingyue's eyes and felt helpless. Jing Santan shook his head. Miss Shui is still as elegant as ever. Congratulations. Shui Luoyu said, You flatter me. Jing Santan's gaze finally fell on Chu Li. His eyes that were originally squinted slowly opened. His gaze was bright, as if it was burning Chu Li. You're Chu Li from the lower realm? Chu Li asked, Who are you? Jing Santan from the Three Yang Palace. Jing Santan said slowly, I've heard of you, the lower realm's #1 master. Chu Li smiled. Jing Santan looked at Deng Tianluan. They bullied you because they had more people? Chu Li smiled at Deng Tianluan. Deng Tianluan gritted his teeth and felt his face burning. However, he could not let go of such a rare opportunity to teach Chu Li a lesson. He said in a low voice, Brother Jing, it's impossible to defend against Chu Li's attack. You must be careful. Jing Santan frowned and stared at Chu Li. It's impossible to defend against. I'd like to learn a thing or two from you. Chu Li smiled. Are you going to stand up for Deng Tianluan? Jing Santan raised his head and said slowly, As a senior, How can I allow my junior to be bullied? Chu Li, do it, Chu Li said. If that's the case, then I'll have to offend you. As he finished speaking, he struck with his palm. A golden light descended from the sky and turned into a golden palm that appeared on Jing Santin's chest. It was almost touching his chest, not giving him a chance to dodge. Bam! Jing Santin took a step back. His body was covered in a layer of white light that flickered continuously. His face darkened. He did not expect Chu Li's palm energy to be so strange and fast. It was as if it had broken through the limitations of time and space and appeared directly in front of him. He could only use his protective barrier to block it. Chu Li struck again. The golden light that fell from the sky turned into a golden palm and hit Jing Santin. The white light flashed and protected him, but he was forced to take another 3 steps back. Wherever he passed, clear footprints appeared on the ice, as if he had been branded on the hard surface of ice. Chu Li smiled, as expected of senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, his palms struck out continuously. Jing Santin sighed and retreated. Then he extended his palm and collided with a golden palm. Bang! Like a thunderclap, Jing Santin clenched his teeth and took another 3 steps back. Chu Li shook his head and continued to attack. Jing Santin sighed and disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he appeared behind Chu Li. Just as he was about to stretch out his hand, he trembled and staggered a step forward. He almost crashed into Chu Li. Chu Li extended his hand and lightly hit his chest with his palm. He tried his best to evade the attack, but to no avail. Coincidentally, he had used up all of his energy and had yet to gather a new one. He could only watch helplessly as Chu Li's palm hit him. He flew backwards and sighed inwardly as he was in the air. This was truly a marvelous palm strike, perfectly grasping the boundary between the old and new forces, making him look like a fool. He did not expect Chu Li's palm technique to be able to break through the void and catch up to him. Chu Li was like a maggot attached to a bone, and the distance was too close for him to dodge. He could only take the hit on his back. While he was channeling his energy to his back, the palm in front of him came towards him, and he was powerless. Not only did he lose to Chu Li in terms of martial arts and cultivation level, but he also lost in terms of technique. Chu Li sat on the ice block and watched as Jing Santin flew 100 feet away. He crashed into an ice block and staggered to a stop. He almost sat on the ice block, but he managed to stand firmly. Blood was already flowing out from the corner of his mouth, staining the front of his robe red. His originally red face had turned pale. Chu Li's palm had directly broken through his protective energy barrier and severely injured him. In this short period of time, the palm energy was still wreaking havoc in his body. The yin and yang interchanged in an unpredictable manner. His inner energy could not do anything to it and continued to injure his internal organs. Senior brother Jing? Deng Tianluan rushed forward to support him. Jing Santin waved his hand. Deng Tianluan could only retract his hand and asked worriedly, Senior brother Jing, are you okay? I won't die. Jing Santin sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Deng Tianluan quickly took out a porcelain bottle and passed it to Jing Santin. Jing Santin waved his hand. The key now was not the spirit pill, but the palm energy in his body. Chu Li's palm energy was too strange and vicious. If this went on, even the spirit medicine would be useless. The effect of the spirit medicine was not as effective as the palm energy. Deng Tianluan looked at Jing Santin helplessly and watched as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Sun Mingwe looked on indifferently and shook her head. Although these supreme grade masters were supreme grade masters, they were very immature compared to Chu Li. They could not even withstand a single blow. With their abilities, provoking Chu Li was akin to asking for humiliation. It was somewhat ridiculous. She could guess what these people were thinking. They must have heard of Chu Li's reputation. To be able to advance to supreme grade at such a young age, they must be proud and arrogant people. They must be unconvinced and felt that Chu Li must have been lucky to be able to kill the Great Azura. As disciples of the Grand Master's 9 divisions, they had the best spirit medicine and cultivated the most advanced heart technique that far surpassed Chu Li's heart technique. Their qualifications were also extraordinary and would not lose to Chu Li. Under these circumstances, how could they lose to Chu Li? With this thought in mind, they would not easily be inferior to Chu Li. Defeating Chu Li was a shortcut to becoming famous. Chu Li calmly looked at Jing Santin, who kept spitting out blood. Jing Santin weakly sat on the ice block and tried his best to circulate his energy to expel Chu Li's palm energy. Unfortunately, every time he did so, he would be heavily injured and spit out blood. In just a short while, he had already spat out 4 mouthfuls of blood. Deng Tianluan was at a loss and did not know what to do. He turned his head and stared at Chu Li. Chu Li, if you really kill Brother Jing, the Three-Sun Palace swears to kill you. Chu Li smiled. Don't worry, he won't die. Shueluyu said, how arrogant. Chu Li is a disciple of the Rainmaster Palace. How can the Three-Sun Palace kill him just like that? The Rainmaster Palace still dares to provoke us. Deng Tianluan sneered. The White Dew clan has fallen again. The Rainmaster Palace will not be able to achieve anything. It's better for you to obediently tuck your tail between your legs. Brother, Jing San groaned. Deng Tianluan quickly shut his mouth and asked with concern, Brother, are you all right? He knew that Brother Jing must be feeling sorry for Shueluyu and resented him for scolding her. Jing Santin shook his head and spat out another mouthful of blood. Shueluyu turned her head to look at Chu Li. Chu Li shook his head and did not say anything. He looked at the scroll of indifference from afar. Shueluyu took a deep look at Jing Santin and closed her eyes to circulate her energy. Sun Mingyue also closed her eyes to circulate her energy. Zheng Yueming, who was sitting beside Chu Li, had a face full of smiles. He felt extremely happy. Seeing the arrogant Jing Santin being humiliated and in so much pain, he wanted to laugh out loud. However, seeing that Chu Li was reading the scroll of indifference, the two ladies closed their eyes. Zheng Yueming also closed his eyes and began to circulate his energy. However, his ears were pricked up to listen to the movements on Jing Santin's side. After Jing Santin spat out another 3 mouthfuls of blood, Deng Tianluan panicked. He saw that Jing Santin's face was pale and his breathing had weakened. If this continued, it would be bad. Brother Jing had come to the sword of indifference meet for nothing. How was he going to spar with others? Chu Li, Deng Tianluan gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. Chapter 2023. Deng Tianluan seemed to have lost his courage. He went behind Jing Santin and placed his palms on his back, trying to help him heal. Suddenly, with a bam, Jing Santin took 2 steps back and his palms were pushed away. His expression changed. Only now did he know what Jing Santin was doing and why he was so heavily injured. He took a deep breath and stepped forward again. Unwillingly, he slowly placed his right palm on his back. White light flashed around his body. He was giving it his all. Bam! With another muffled sound, Jing Santin took another 2 steps back. His palms were numb and his whole body was numb. It took a while for him to recover. He was shocked at the strangeness of this palm energy and knew that he could not help. Jing Santin spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The ice in front of him was already a pool of blood. It was a ghastly sight. Deng Tianluan stared at Jing Santin. Seeing his complexion deteriorate and his breath weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye, he knew he could not wait any longer. Chu Li, Deng Tianluan shouted. Sun Mingyue and Shueluyu opened their eyes and looked at him. Zheng Yueming's sarcastic smile was also in front of him. He wanted to slap Zheng Yueming until he was half dead. Although his face was burning, Deng Tianluan endured the humiliation and said, no one can die in the sword conference. Chu Li glanced at him and continued to look at the cliff. I won't die. What are you trying to do? Deng Tianluan said, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Chu Li smiled and shook his head as he continued to look at the cliff. Deng Tianluan gritted his teeth. All right, we admit defeat. Brother Deng. Jing Santin gritted his teeth and said slowly, don't mess around. Our Three-Sun Palace will only die with our heads held high. We do not live with our heads lowered. Deng Tianluan's face was red. He shouted unwillingly, "Brother Jing." Jing Santin sighed. "I won't die." Deng Tianluan turned his head and stared at Chu Li. He said slowly, "What do you want in exchange for your help?" Chu Li smiled and said, "Just admit defeat." He waved his sleeve lightly, and an invisible palm energy reached Jing Santin's body. Jing Santin felt his body lighten. The strange changes, the intertwining of yin and yang, and the unpredictable palm force disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. It was as if the previous scene was just an illusion. He stared at Chu Li in disbelief. Chu Li replied, "You'll definitely die if you go up against a great Azura. It's better for you to just focus on your cultivation. I will never forget what you have given me today." Jing Santin cupped his fists and said slowly. Chu Li smiled and shook his head before he continued to read the heavenly scroll of indifference. "Senior brother." Deng Tianluan handed over the porcelain bottle. Jing Three sighs, shook his head, and took out a jade bottle from his bosom. He poured out a scarlet red pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Immediately, a blazing aura circulated. In the blink of an eye, the aura circulated through his internal organs. His injuries immediately lightened. He let out a long sigh of relief. He was finally alive. Chu Li said that it would not take his life, but he knew that if he really persisted until the end, his martial arts would be crippled, and he might even hurt his foundation. When that time came, it would be difficult for him to reach the peak of his martial arts, and he would not be able to reach his current state. Just thinking about it made his heart palpitate. This Chu Li was truly vicious. "Let's go." Jing Three sighs stood up and said lightly, "Senior brother?" Deng Tianluan was surprised. Jing Three sighs glanced at Chu Li and scoffed. "Do you want to stay and embarrass yourself?" Deng Tianluan said helplessly, "I have to see the masters from the other sections." "Then you should stay," Jing Three sighs said lightly. "Take a good look and don't offend anyone." Jing Three sighs looked at Shui Liu, but she had already closed her eyes. Jing Three sighs let out a long sigh and closed fist saluted. "Miss Shui, I will take my leave. I will take my leave first." Shui Liu opened her eyes and said lightly, "Go ahead." Jing Three sighs squinted his eyes again and glanced at Chu Li. He closed fists, saluted, and leaped up. Like a ray of light, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shui Liu sighed. "Chu Li, you've made a mortal enemy. Let's see what he's capable of." Chu Li smiled disapprovingly. Chu Li had made a lot of enemies, and he had yet to get his revenge. Although Jing Three sighs was strong, he was not a threat. Although his eyes were filled with hatred and deep hatred before he left, it was not enough to disturb Chu Li. Deng Tianluan scoffed. "Chu Li, don't underestimate senior brother Jing. He will definitely get his revenge." Chu Li glanced at him and said lightly, "You can either leave or shut up." Deng Tianluan gritted his teeth and scoffed. He shut his mouth and sat on the ice block at the side, about 10 meters away from Chu Li. He was filled with hatred, but he did not leave Chu Li's group. Instead, he sat together and did not go near the 16 young men. From his point of view, no matter how the people from the 9 divisions fought, they were still the 9 divisions. They were superior to the other sections. Sitting together with those people was an insult to his identity, so he still had to sit here. Zheng Yuiming glared at him and ignored him. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Sun Mingyue and Shui Liu closed their eyes slightly and looked up at the cliff from time to time. They were also inattentively trying to understand the heavenly book of indifference. It was said that it was the best to understand in this state. The more one tried, the harder it was to succeed. Chu Li, on the other hand, was focused on deriving and needed to keep looking. Once he looked away, the heavenly book of indifference in his mind would disappear as well. This made him value the heavenly book of indifference even more. He had been thinking of ways to let Shao Qi and the others enter the Outland. They could choose not to come up, but they could come up if they wanted to. This was the ideal state. Although they were busy dealing with state affairs, he still wanted them to come up to accompany him. It was not convenient for him to go back at any time now. After all, there was the divine gate. He had to go in and out of the divine gate every time, and his whereabouts would be known. Time passed quickly, and a day had passed unknowingly. The cliff of indifference became colder in the morning, and it felt even colder when they sat on the ice block. However, they all had their chi construct to protect their bodies, so they were not affected by the cold and heat. Chuli kept staring at the heavenly book of indifference with a calm expression and gaze. Although his soul energy was strong, he still felt tired. It was extremely strenuous for him to understand and derive without rest. The heavenly book of indifference was getting more and more difficult to derive, as if there was an invisible force resisting him, preventing his heavenly star insight technique from deriving any further. He could not help but frown as he felt that something was not right. Logically, the disciples of the Tai Ching sect did not have the heavenly mystery derivation technique. It was a secret technique passed down by the heaven-shaking pavilion, or else the heaven-shaking pavilion would not have such a status. It was really strange that the disciples of the Tai Ching sect could understand the heavenly mystery derivation technique without the heavenly mystery derivation technique. How did he break through the resistance of this invisible force? He suddenly asked. Ninth Princess, how old was the founder of the Cliff of Indifference when he founded the Cliff of Indifference? Shuelu opened her eyes and thought for a while before she answered. I think he was in his 40s. Chuli asked, how did he manage to understand the heavenly mystery derivation? Shuelu shook her head. I'm afraid that's the secret of the Cliff of Indifference. Ordinary disciples don't know about it. Chuli nodded slowly. Could it be that one had to be disheartened in order to be compatible with the invisible force and understand the heavenly mystery derivation? Two more disciples of the Cliff of Indifference appeared in the sky. They were followed by a young man with an imposing appearance and a long sword at his waist. Chapter 2024. Shuelu whispered, Guang Jia. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Was this Guang Jia, the young governor of the City of Thousand Swords? He had previously met Guiyang, the young governor of the City of Thousand Swords. He was an idiot and not a hero. Now that he saw Guang Jia, he had a cultivation level of supreme rank, similar to Shuelu, but slightly inferior to Sun Mingwei. He nodded. I finally meet him. I heard that his swordsmanship is extremely powerful, Shuelu whispered. Even if she lowered her voice, a supreme rank master could easily hear her. Guang Jia turned his head and smiled, then closed fists saluted. Ninth Princess, we meet again. He was tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, red lips and white teeth, like a handsome scholar. He did not have the temperament of a martial arts master. Instead, he was elegant and calm. Shuelu closed fists saluted and nodded slightly, not saying a word. Chu Li raised his voice. Two young heroes of the Cliff of Forgetfulness. The two disciples of the Cliff of Forgetfulness heard the voice and looked over. Chu Li waved his hand. The two turned and said a few words to Guang Jia, then glided over to Chu Li. Master Chu? Chu Li asked. Young heroes, do you know under what circumstances the founder of your sect comprehended the heavenly tome of forgetfulness? This. The two hesitated, then shook their heads and smiled bitterly. We really don't know. Chu Li smiled. I see, thank you both. Master Chu, comprehending the heavenly tome of forgetfulness must not be forced, the two whispered. You need to have a flash of inspiration, not immerse yourself in studying it, or you will easily go astray. Chu Li nodded, understood. The two were about to leave, but were stopped by Chu Li. Guang Jia slowly walked over, closed fists saluted and smiled. Ninth Princess, you are early. This lady is Sun Mingwei of the great light surpassing state, Sun Mingwei said as she opened her eyes. I've heard of you. Guang Jia closed fists saluted. I didn't expect Miss Sun to be so early. It starts tomorrow, but it seems that not many people have come. Are we the only ones attending this sword meet? He smiled as he looked around. He paid no attention to the 16 young men in the distance. His gaze fell on Chu Li, Deng Tianluan, and Zheng Yueming. Chu Li's aura was erratic and dim, but he did not pay much attention to it. It was obvious that he was a fellow who was at the end of his rope after comprehending the heavenly book of indifference. He was not worth worrying about, but he had to be wary of the other two. Zheng Yueming snorted, "Lunar Palace's Zheng Yueming. Three Yang Palace's Deng Tianluan." Deng Tianluan was also disdainful of him. Apart from the 9 divisions, everyone else was a rank lower than them. Guo Yingjie was the young lord of the city of 10,000 swords, so naturally his status was not as high as theirs. Therefore, when they spoke, they had arrogant expressions on their faces and raised their heads disdainfully. Guo Yingjie smiled indifferently. "Nice to meet you." His temperament was calm and open-minded, quite admirable. In comparison, Zheng Yueming and Deng Tianluan were somewhat small-minded and inexperienced, while Guo Yingjie was experienced in Jianghu. Although he knew of Sun Mingyue's great name, he did not look around rudely. Instead, he behaved like a gentleman, calm and friendly. Shuo Liu pointed at Chu Li with a smile in her eyes. "Young Lord Guo, I'm sure you know this person." "Oh?" Guo Yingjie looked at Chu Li and smiled. "You're quite unfamiliar. It must be our first time meeting. Nice to meet you. Forgive my poor eyesight, but you are?" Chu Li fist saluted. "I'm Chu Li." Guo Yingjie laughed. "So you're Chu Li. I finally meet you in person." He did not show any hostility. Instead, it was as if he had met an old friend or someone he admired. He laughed. "Brother Chu, I really admire your martial arts. I'm ashamed of my inferiority." These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. Chu Li's strength was beyond the expectations of the city of 10,000 swords. They originally wanted to kill Chu Li in one go and take back the sky regaining sword. The masters they sent were getting more and more powerful. In the end, they even sent old monsters who had been living in sects for a long time, but they still failed. He knew that if he were to be assassinated by these masters, he would not have a chance to survive. Based on this point alone, he knew that he was inferior to Chu Li. Chu Li looked away and fist saluted. "You flatter me." He had read the thoughts of the 2 Cliff of Forgetfulness disciples. They knew that when the founder of the Cliff of Forgetfulness founded the sect, his beloved woman died in his arms. The founder's hair turned white overnight, and his heart was withered. He read the heavenly scroll of forgetfulness and learned the forgetfulness palm and forgetfulness sword. Chu Li gave up when he saw this. It seemed like he really did not have the opportunity, and he did not want it. It seemed like he could not decipher the heavenly scroll of forgetfulness and could not learn it. It was a pity that he missed the opportunity to help Shao Qi. However, if he could upgrade the heavenly star insight technique to another level and absorb a starstone, there might be hope. Chu Li looked at the 2 Cliff of Forgetfulness disciples and smiled. "I left something at home. I don't know if I can go back to get it. Is it against the rules to use the void diversion technique?" "Yes." The 2 Cliff of Forgetfulness disciples answered. "As long as you come to Forgetfulness Cliff, you can't use the void diversion technique." Chu Li looked disappointed. "If that's the case, then thank you." He pretended to be disappointed, but he was not disappointed. The heroes who came to participate in the sword meet of the unruffled heavenly mystery would definitely bring items that could conceal their whereabouts. This was to prevent others from figuring out their whereabouts and encountering assassinations from the heaven-shaking pavilion. There would definitely be starstones among them. If they could obtain those treasures, they might be able to improve their heavenly star insight technique. The 2 Cliff of Forgetfulness disciples' fists saluted and left. Guo Yingjie smiled. "I wonder what you left behind, Brother Chu. If it's a spirit pill, you should be more careful. During the sword conference, everyone will fight with their lives on the line. They won't hold back, and it's inevitable that they'll use their secret skills." Chu Li nodded and smiled. "That's right. Unfortunately, I can't go back. I can only be careful. I wonder if Guiyang, his young lord, was elder brother or younger brother." He could hear the threat in Guo Yingjie's words, so he threatened him back. "What a useless younger brother." Guo Yingjie sighed. "He's been spoiled since he was young, so he's arrogant and willful. If he's offended you in any way, I hope Brother Chu won't hold it against him." Chu Li smiled. "I still have to respect the city of 10,000 swords. I didn't kill him last time." Thank you, thank you." Guo Yingjie said, "A loving mother will spoil her son. She spoiled him too much, which resulted in his current situation. It's really unbecoming, Brother Chu. I'm sorry." Chu Li said, "This is also because of your mother's wisdom. One was strict while the other was arrogant. It was obvious that they had a purpose. She wanted him to be a failure so that he wouldn't turn against his brother and seize power. It was also a mother's painstaking effort." Guo Yingjie smiled and fist saluted. "I'll go over there to take a look. We'll have a good spar during the sword conference." Chu Li fist saluted. Guo Yingjie cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd. Then he left in a carefree manner, as graceful as a noble young master. "How hypocritical!" Deng Tianluan sneered. Zheng Yueming was also disdainful. He curled his lips and shook his head. He looked at Shui Luoyu. "What do you think of him, Ninth Princess?" Shui Luoyu shook her head and closed her eyes. Zheng Yueming and Deng Tianluan glared at Guo Yingjie from afar. They felt that he was extremely hypocritical and disgusting. Chapter 2025. Sun Mingwei glanced at Chu Li and pursed her lips. "Is he a formidable opponent?" Chu Li shook his head. "He's quite thoughtful," Sun Mingwei said in his mind. Chu Li said, "He's hiding his cultivation level. He doesn't look that strong, but he can't be underestimated. You must be careful when fighting him. He might have cultivated a sword technique similar to the Sky Killer sword. The city of 10,000 swords has 9 swords. He might have cultivated one sword," Sun Mingwei said. Chu Li said, "The Sky Killer sword is powerful. Logically, the other 8 swords won't be weak either, but the Sovereign Descending Sword isn't that strong. It's hard to tell how strong it is since the White Du clan leader has it. You must be careful not to fail miserably. This guy is shrewd. If you really want to get rid of him, it's better to do it early," Sun Mingwei said. Chu Li shook his head and said in her mind, "Now is not the time. If I really kill him, I won't be able to keep my life." He dared to fight more than 10 great Azuras, but he was afraid of the power of a sect. Although he was a top-notch existence among the supreme grade, the Sky Killer sword was only one sword from the city of 10,000 swords. He was afraid of the other swords. If he killed Guo Yingjie, the city of 10,000 swords would definitely try to assassinate him. He might not be able to withstand the city of 10,000 swords' desperate assassination. Killing Guo Yingjie was different from taking back the Sky Killer sword. When he became stronger, dealing with the city of 10,000 swords would be a piece of cake. Now he had to think about how to enter Taihao Peak. Sun Mingwei nodded. "Why don't I kill him?" Chu Li shook his head. "Forget it." Sun Mingwei had the support of great light surpassing land, so she was not afraid of the city of 10,000 swords. However, if Guo Yingjie died, the two sects would definitely go to war. He could not bear to see so many innocent people die. Sun Mingwei sighed and nodded. While the two were talking in their minds, Guo Yingjie had already mingled with the 16 youths. He sat in the middle of them and chatted happily as if they were old friends. Chu Li was ashamed of his ability to make people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. Zheng Yueming and Deng Tianluan stared at them disdainfully and snorted. They only stopped when Sun Mingwei glanced at them. They were extremely arrogant as well, but when Sun Mingwei shot them an indifferent glance, they immediately quieted down and obediently shut up. Sun Mingyue's cultivation level was higher than theirs, and she had developed a strong aura from being a bishop for many years. When she was in front of Chu Li, she would occasionally release her aura, which was enough to suppress them. As time passed by, the two disciples of Wang Qin Cliff began to get busy. They kept luring people over and occupied the ice blocks one by one. Everyone consciously distanced themselves from Chu Li and the others. Their actions were purely subconscious. An invisible force was affecting them, so Chu Li and the others were not disturbed. One by one, rank 1 or superior rank young experts appeared at the top of the cliff. By nightfall, there were already more than 100 people there. Moreover, people kept coming over. Chu Li ignored these people and focused on the heaven scroll of indifference, refusing to give up. He had always been researching on how to break through the invisible protective force. Could he succeed in the life and death scripture? What about the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture? What about that little critter? Or perhaps the other mystical arts in his mind? Although the East is not bright, the West is bright. There must be one that is useful. He hung all of his martial arts on the life and death tree. Then his aura completely disappeared. He was like a person who did not know martial arts. Then he untied the mystical arts one by one from the life and death tree, circulating one at a time, trying to comprehend the heaven scroll of indifference. After trying one by one, he did not gain anything. The heaven scroll of indifference was protected by an invisible force and could not be touched. It was like trying to push open a door, but could not open it. Shuelu suddenly said, "The people from Heaven Shake Pavilion are here." Chu Li's gaze immediately shifted away from the cliff and looked over. Two disciples of Wang Qing Cliff floated down, followed by a tall, handsome young man in a loose robe. His slender figure and cold face were the same as Zhao Haiyuan's. The two disciples of Wang Qing Cliff whispered a few words to him. He waved his hand and dismissed the two disciples. Then his cold gaze slowly swept across the crowd, his disdainful aura intimidating everyone. Chu Li's gaze was cold as he suppressed his anger. Although this young man was also a disciple of Heaven Shake Pavilion, he was not Zhao Haiyuan. He should not vent his anger on him. Heaven Shake Pavilion's Sun Jingzong. He cupped his long sleeves and said in a low voice, his voice ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone fist saluted. Beneath Great Sky Peak, the heaven-shaking pavilion was the leader, and they could command the 7 divisions. It could be said that their authority was unparalleled. As a disciple of the heaven-shaking pavilion, not only were their martial arts profound, they were even more skilled in scheming. This last point was what they feared the most. Sun Jingzong's gaze fell on Shuelu, the 9th princess of the Rainmaster Palace. Shuelu stood up and said, "Young Master Sunday." Sun Jingzong's gaze fell on Chu Li. "Chu Li?" Chu Li fist saluted without saying a word. Sun Jingzong said, "Master Junior Zhao once praised you in the sect. He said that your martial arts are rare and that there are only a few people in the Grandmaster's boundary who are your match." Chu Li said coldly, "You flatter me." Sun Jingzong shook his head. Masters Junior Zhao never exaggerates. He mostly criticizes. You're the first person he praised. Chu Li said, "I'm not worthy of praise. The ones who should be praised are the White Du Hall's dead brothers." Sun Jingzong narrowed his eyes. "Are you blaming Masters Junior Zhao for his poor command?" Chu Li scoffed. "As a disciple of White Du Hall, how would I dare to complain?" Sun Jingzong looked at him. Masters Junior Zhao's divination skills are top-notch in the sect. If it were anyone else, the result would only be worse. Heaven Shake Pavilion isn't an omnipotent deity. If I didn't cripple the Heavenly Heart technique, I could have avoided that loss, Chu Li said coldly. Unfortunately, he forced me to cripple the Heavenly Heart technique and put the White Du Hall's brothers in danger. Is the Heavenly Heart technique you're cultivating stronger than our void visualization technique? Sun Jingzong said disapprovingly. You overestimate yourself and blame yourself too much. Even if you didn't cripple the Heavenly Heart technique, you would have fallen into the enemy's trap. They used treasured weapons, Great Azura and Great Heavenly Demon, so the outcome was predetermined. However, because of you, the White Du Hall didn't get annihilated. It's a blessing in disguise. Chu Li's face darkened. Why? To eliminate Masters Junior Zhao. Sun Jingzong said, "Unfortunately, God disposes. Because of you, they didn't succeed and won't have another chance." Chu Li said coldly, "In that case, I become Zhao Haiyuan's benefactor." Masters Junior Zhao said he owes you a favor, Sun Jingzong said. Chu Li said, "You flatter me." Sun Jingzong smiled. "You might not know how big a favor Masters Junior Zhao owes you. Tell him, 9th princess." Shuelu said, "Of course Chu Li knows." Sun Jingzong looked at Sun Minghua. Miss Sun is a disciple of great light surpassing state. She should go over there. He pointed at Gua Ingjie from the city of 10,000 swords. Shuelu quickly said, Miss Sun is a friend of mine and Chu Li's. Of course, she should sit together. She quickly gave Chu Li a look, signaling him not to get angry. Chapter 2026. Chu Li nodded and squinted at Sun Jingzong. Sun Jingzong said, I've heard of Sun Mingwei. You're the first in 1,000 years. You're really famous. Unfortunately, you exaggerate. Light surpassing state likes to exaggerate. Sun Mingwei calmly said, Young Master Sun wants to spar with me. Forget it. You're a woman. Sun Jingzong waved his hand. I don't like to fight with women. Chu Li waved his hand to stop Sun Mingwei from speaking. He smiled. Young Master Sun wants to teach me a lesson? Not really. I'm just curious as to why Masters Junior Zhao admires you so much. Sun Jingzong's cold face showed a hint of a smile. Everyone in the heaven-shaking tower is curious about you. Chu Li said, Then let's try. The surrounding people gathered around, wanting to watch the show. Chu Li's reputation only circulated among the higher-ups. However, after Chu Li taught Jing Santin and the others a lesson, his reputation quickly spread among the young heroes. Everyone knew that Chu Li was a powerful person. Needless to say, the disciples of the heaven-shaking tower were definitely top-notch masters. Not only were they clever, but they were also skilled in martial arts. The other 7 divisions could not compare to them, and they were only slightly inferior to Tai Hao Peak. When these two fought, everyone wanted to know who would win and who would lose. They also wanted to find out more about them. The more they knew, the higher their chances of winning. If they could win against the disciples of the heaven-shaking tower, their chances of entering Tai Hao Peak would increase. Sun Jingzong suddenly waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a destiny finger shot out. The two were about 10 meters apart. This finger was silent, and he thought that no one would notice. Even though he was young, his mastery of the heavenly secrets finger was extremely profound. He was extremely talented in the heavenly secrets finger and had already reached the point of perfection. Within the heaven-shaking pavilion, there was rarely anyone who could compare to him. With this heavenly secrets finger, he believed that he would be unparalleled in the world and be able to subdue others without them noticing. Chu Li's eyes glowed blue as he stabbed with the god-punishing thunder sword. With a muffled bang, he took 2 steps back. His body flashed faintly with a golden light, and then the golden light turned into pieces and dissipated into the air. Bang! Sun Jingzong flew backward, his body flickering with blue light in the air. Then, the blue light exploded and disappeared without a trace. Clearly, his stellar energy shield had been broken. Both of them seemed to have broken through each other's vital energy barrier, but Chu Li only took 2 steps back while Sun Jingzong was sent flying. Although it was partly due to the force dissipating, it looked like he was at a disadvantage. Chu Li squinted his eyes, and a blue light flashed in them again. Sun Jingzong also flicked his finger in the air and hid it in his sleeves. It was soundless, traceless, and formless. One couldn't even sense the existence of the finger of heavenly secrets. It was truly impossible to guard against. Bang! Bang! Chu Li took another step back, and a vague shadow of the black tortoise appeared on his body. A star appeared above Sun Jingzong's body, as if it was protecting him. The surrounding people frowned. While they were watching the battle, they imagined themselves as one of the combatants. Some of them replaced Chu Li with themselves, while others replaced Sun Jingzong with themselves. They wanted to see if they could stop the other party. In the end, none of them realized that the two of them didn't seem to have moved at all. Yet, 2 moves had already passed. Judging from the power, it seemed like their vital energy barrier could be broken. It was not something they could block. If they were to encounter these 2 people, they wouldn't even know how they died. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Li and Sun Jingzong kept retreating, and the shadow of the black tortoise and the star appeared. One retreated while the other flew backward. The distance between the two was getting farther and farther, and the power of their moves kept weakening. That was why they could maintain their vital energy barrier. Chu Li didn't want to kill Sun Jingzong, so the power of the god-slaying thunder sword wasn't strong enough. The power of the finger of heavenly secrets was shocking, but its strongest point was that it was invisible and traceless. However, it was clear in Chu Li's eyes. Under the omniscient mirror, nothing could hide, so its power was greatly reduced. Chu Li suddenly struck after taking a few steps back. Suddenly, golden light came down and turned into golden palms that hit Sun Jingzong. Sun Jingzong's vital energy barrier trembled. The shadow of the star about 3 meters above his head was faintly discernible, sometimes solid and sometimes blurry. The starlight formed by the star enveloped Sun Jingzong and blocked the golden palms. The Supreme Vajra palm was endless and did not give one a chance to dodge. It was already hit when it appeared. Unless one could predict its appearance in advance, it would be difficult to dodge. The only way to resist, it was to take it head-on. This was the domineering aspect of the Supreme Vajra palm. Unknowingly, the two of them were already 100 meters away from each other, but they still kept attacking as if distance could not stop their moves. The Supreme Vajra palm was not affected at all, and its power was shocking. The power of the finger of heavenly secrets was reduced. Chu Li's palms were so fast that his palms could not be seen clearly. The Supreme Vajra palm was also getting faster. The golden light fell from the sky, forming a golden pool that engulfed Sun Jingzong, not allowing him to dodge. Bang! The Supreme Vajra palm suddenly broke through Sun Jingzong's vital energy barrier. The shadow of the star slowly disappeared. Sun Jingzong's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This vital energy barrier was connected to his mind. Once it was broken, his mind would be heavily injured, and his spirit would be dispirited. The golden light in the sky faded away. Chu Li withdrew his palm and returned to his original ice block. He looked at Sun Jingzong calmly. Sun Jingzong's face was pale, and his eyes were dim. He slowly said, "I lost." Chu Li calmly said, "Thank you for letting me win. Masters Junior Zhao is right. I'm not your opponent." "I'm far from it," Sun Jingzong said. Chu Li no longer tried to be humble. Sun Jingzong asked, "How did you dodge the finger of heavenly secrets?" Chu Li answered, "Intuition." Sun Jingzong took a deep breath and regained his cool. "It's not an injustice to lose to you, but I will win." Chu Li nodded and said nothing more. He closed his eyes. Sun Jingzong's dim gaze swept across the people who were watching. Everyone felt a chill. They avoided his gaze and returned to their ice blocks. Although Sun Jingzong was injured, they did not dare to add insult to injury or take advantage of the situation. Sun Jingzong had another ability that they were afraid of, and that was his divine foresight. They could not afford to offend him. Sun Jingzong sat on the ice block 10 meters away from Chu Li. The distance was not too far nor too close. He took out a jade bottle and popped a pill into his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and began channeling to heal himself. The surroundings quieted down. Everyone was recalling the previous battle. After the battle, Chu Li felt that he had vented the anger that he had been suppressing in his heart. He felt much more relaxed. His body was light, and his mind was unprecedentedly calm and clear. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He hung all his martial arts on the life and death tree and became a person who did not know martial arts. Fortunately, his body did not degenerate. He could still see the scroll of indifference on the precipice far away. He began to comprehend it wholeheartedly. He no longer used the Heaven Star Insight technique or the omniscient mirror. He was just a person who did not know martial arts. His mind was blank, as if he had never learned any martial arts. Moreover, as he channeled the life and death scripture, his state of mind changed. He reached the state of mind where he was on the verge of death. He still had worries in his heart. He could not let them go, but he had no choice. The closer he was to death, the more stubborn he became. His desire and reluctance to leave life grew stronger, reaching a peak state. In the end, death was still upon him. He had reached the end of his life. All his worries became illusory. Everything was like a dream. Chapter 2027. He was at a loss as he lost all sense of his surroundings. His mind was in a strange state where he did not know the past, the future, or his own existence. The only thing in front of him were the twisting runes as if they were alive and telling him something. His heart was as still as cold water. He did not chase after the runes and only immersed himself in his own state of mind. He was at a loss and did not know how much time had passed. He sat there motionlessly with his eyes empty. One look, and it was obvious that his mind had flown away from his body to somewhere unknown. Sun Mingwe looked at him and shook her head. She knew that he did not want to give up and was determined to understand the scroll of indifference. She understood his thoughts. Chu Li's strongest point was his comprehension. There was nothing he could not understand. No matter what kind of mystical martial arts or secret skills it was, he could understand its wonders. That was why he was able to achieve what he had today. Compared to his aptitude, he relied on his comprehension. With his comprehension, it would be strange if he did not want to understand the scroll of indifference. She did not try to persuade him. Even though she knew that forcefully understanding it would cause him to go mad, she did not say anything as she knew it was useless. Shuelayu turned to look at him and asked in a low voice, "Is Chu Li okay?" "He's fine." Sun Mingwe shook her head. Shuelayu said, "Don't go mad." Few of the young heroes who came to the sword meet of indifference were trying their best to understand the scroll of indifference, because they no longer had any hope. Almost no one had benefited from the scroll of indifference in the past 1,000 years. However, there were countless people who suffered from Qigong deviation due to the heavenly book of indifference. Therefore, everyone was cautious and did not dare to forcefully comprehend it. It was fine if they did not comprehend anything. They would occasionally glance at it and think about it, not wasting their energy. Sun Mingwe smiled and said, "He knows what he's doing. I think he's almost there." Shuelayu frowned and said, "Let's talk to him. Don't disturb him now." Sun Mingwe shook her head. Shuelayu shook her head helplessly. What if he really goes mad? He won't go mad so easily. Otherwise, he would have gone mad countless times. Sun Mingwe smiled. "Don't worry, Ninth Princess. He's not only from the Raymaster Palace, but also my friend." "Well, I was overthinking," Shuelayu said helplessly. Sun Mingwe was truly worried. She could not wait for Chu Li to wake up and stop trying to comprehend it. If he continued to be so engrossed in it, he would definitely end up going astray. Sun Mingwe had just arrived at the Grandmaster's boundary, so she probably did not know how powerful the Heaven Scroll of Indifference was. However, given the current situation, she knew that there was nothing she could do. Sun Mingwe would definitely not allow her to disturb Chu Li. Indeed, Sun Mingwe didn't want anyone to disturb them. As Zheng Yueming and Deng Tianluan spoke, their voices unknowingly grew louder. Sun Mingwe glanced at them indifferently. Her clear eyes were like ice and snow, causing them to calm down and shut their mouths. Time passed slowly. Chu Li slowly closed his eyes and remained motionless. Although Shuelayu was sitting on the ice block with Sun Mingwe between her and Chu Li, her mind was still focused on Chu Li. She saw him close his eyes and his aura grow weaker. It was as if he had completely disappeared from her sight and could not be sensed. It was as if he had completely disappeared from the world. There's something wrong with Chu Li. Is he possessed? Shuelayu lowered her voice and asked Sun Mingwe. Her red phoenix eyes revealed a worried look. Chu Li was related to whether he could enter Taihao Peak and whether he could give the Rainmaster's Palace great confidence. Moreover, he was also supported by the Rainmaster's Palace's powerful strength. She valued Chu Li more and more and was more concerned about him. "He won't," Sun Mingwe said. She knew that Chu Li had a mystical technique that allowed him to turn life into death and death into life. It was no different from a real death. He could hide it from almost everyone, so this situation was not surprising at all. "What's going on?" Shuelayu frowned and asked. Sun Mingwe said, "Don't worry, Ninth Princess. He's deep in thought. That's why he's like this. He'll be fine once he figures it out." "I'm just afraid that someone will challenge him," Shuelayu said. At this time, it was already time for the sword meeting to begin. 4 elders with white beards and eyebrows floated down from the sky and landed at the bottom of the precipice. They stood in midair above the precipice and looked down at the crowd. They closed fists saluted. The elder with white hair and a ruddy complexion said in a deep voice, "Young heroes, we'll have to change the style of the sword meeting this time. This time, we'll take out 3 sets of secret manuals." As he spoke, he took out 3 secret manuals from his inner pocket and spread them out. Everyone present was either first rank or supreme rank. They had extraordinary eyesight and could clearly see the 3 secret manuals. Flowing water, godly sword. Breeze steps, secret of palm techniques. Everyone could not help but feel refreshed. They originally thought that the secret manuals taken out by the Cliff of Forgetfulness were not that big of a deal. They might be some incomplete or mediocre secret manuals. They never thought that it would be these 3. 2 of these 3 secret manuals were very famous. The flowing water, godly sword was a sword technique practiced by swordsmen 1,000 years ago. He dominated the 9th heaven for 100 years and later died an unnatural death. It belonged to the grudges of the martial arts world, and outsiders did not know about it. This flowing water, godly sword technique was really mysterious. It flowed smoothly and impenetrably. It was truly a rare sword technique in the world. It was comparable to the top-notch sword technique in the city of 10,000 swords. The breeze steps was also a famous step technique in the world. It was also considered a light body technique and was exquisite and mysterious. Although many people had the void diversion technique, very few of them would be able to use it in a fight. Firstly, it would consume a huge amount of spirit and inner energy. Unlike Chu Li, who had endless inner energy, it was rare to see someone with a strong spirit. After using the void diversion technique once, there would be a period of weakness. During this period, one would be at their weakest. Therefore, unless one had the confidence to kill in one hit, very few people would use the void diversion technique. The breeze steps was an exquisite step technique. When combined with sword techniques, palm techniques, and fist techniques, it could amplify their power. If one mastered the breeze steps, they would be able to protect themselves. Even if they could not win, they would be able to dodge. As for the secret of palm techniques, although it was not well known, it must be extraordinary for it to be on par with the other 2 secret manuals. Everyone's eyes instantly burned with passion. Even Sun Mingwei and the others were interested. Even if they did not practice it themselves, they could use it as a reference to increase their understanding of martial arts. It would be very beneficial. The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion kept the secret manual and chuckled. "This time, we will organize a challenge tournament and let everyone meet each other through martial arts." Everyone said that the previous sword conference was not exciting enough and that they were not nervous enough. They gathered together to joke around. "Let's experiment this time and see how the challenge tournament is." Everyone immediately started discussing. Sun Mingwei looked at Chu Li's state and shook her head helplessly. It seemed that he would miss this time. It would be impossible for him to come out in a short period of time, and it was not a good idea to disturb him. Amidst the buzz of discussion, the old man spoke again. "We will use 2 rounds. The first round will be a challenge. As long as you can go through 3 rounds without losing, you will enter the next round. The second round will be a duel to determine the top 3. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone shook their heads and looked excited. No matter what their background was, as long as they brought out their real skills, other than the disciples of the 9 divisions, all the disciples were eager to have a challenge tournament like this. "All right then, let's begin. I have prepared 6 rings." As the old man spoke, he waved his hand. Immediately, a group of disciples of Wang Qing Cliff carried ice cubes in. Chapter 2028. Shui Luoyu frowned. "Do you want a challenge, Chu Li?" Sun Mingwei said, "Forget it. Let him be." Sigh. Shui Luoyu shook her head, feeling that it was a pity. This was a good opportunity to make a name for herself. As long as she could defeat the young talents and get into the top 3, she would be able to establish her name among the younger generation. These young men were all elites and would definitely reach the top level in the future. Having a name in this level would mean that she would be famous throughout the world, which would be of great benefit to her in the future. Chu Li's eyes were still closed, and his mind was in a realm of whiteness. However, his mind was as cold as a quiet spring, and his mind was extremely clear. At this time, the scroll of indifference unknowingly appeared in his mind, and the characters seemed to come alive. Although he did not recognize these characters, he could vaguely understand what they meant. As time passed, the battle outside was already in full swing. The first one to run into a ring was Zheng Yueming. He stood on the easternmost ring and shouted, "Zheng Yueming from Lunar Palace. Is there anyone who wants to fight?" Soon, a handsome young man with an arrogant expression floated out of the crowd and landed in front of Zheng Yueming. He gave a fist salute and said, "Lu Chengmeng from Sanxian's sect, please enlighten me." "Come on, just do it." Zheng Yueming waved his hand disdainfully. He sensed that Lu Chengmeng's cultivation level was not high, and he was definitely no match for him. Lu Chengmeng said coldly, "The martial arts of Lunar Palace is exquisite. I would like to learn a thing or two." He was extremely dissatisfied with the 9 divisions and felt that they had taken too many resources. Otherwise, the other sects would not have been suppressed so badly. Sanxian's sect was also one of the victims. As a disciple of Sanxian's sect, he must defeat Zheng Yueming and give the 9 divisions a slap in the face. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his sword. With a buzz, a ball of silver light pierced Zheng Yueming's chest. His movement was so fast that the people below the ring could not help but shiver. It was such a fast sword, and it was fierce and powerful. Ding! Zheng Yueming flicked his finger, and the tip of the sword was immediately deflected by his fingernail. Lu Chengming's long sword flew out of his hand, and he staggered 2 steps back, his face flushed. Zheng Yueming shook his head. "You're still far from it. Go down yourself." Lu Chengming was infuriated. He didn't expect that someone as frivolous as Zheng Yueming would have such a cultivation. It was truly frightening. The force from his fingertips was like a vast ocean. It was boundless, and the long sword couldn't be held at all. He slowly said, "Good skills, as expected of Lunar Palace." Zheng Yueming frowned and said, "You still haven't given up?" Again, Lu Chengming shouted. With a wave of his hand, the long sword that had fallen below the stage suddenly flew into his hand. This move made the crowd cheer. To be able to do this was not easy. The dragon's subduing energy was so pure, it was obvious that his inner energy was also extremely pure. The common problem for people of their age was that their internal energy was deep but not pure enough. His one move was extremely outstanding. Zheng Yueming shook his head and flicked his finger. Ding! Lu Chengming held his sword horizontally in front of his chest as he staggered a few steps back, nearly falling off the stage. He quickly twisted his body in an attempt to deflect the force, but he was caught off guard by another finger attack, colliding with his sword once again. Ding! Lu Chengming flew out of the stage and staggered to the ground. Zheng Yueming cupped his fists. "Thank you. Anyone else?" The crowd hesitated. Lu Chengming's internal energy was pure, and he was a supreme master, but he could not even last 2 moves against Zheng Yueming. This Zheng Yueming was indeed a little scary. They knew that they were no match for him, so it was better to go to another stage. However, there were always those who were not convinced, and they were quickly defeated by Zheng Yueming. After winning 3 rounds in a row, Zheng Yueming glided back to Chu Li's side and smiled at Sun Mingwei and Shueliu. "Piece of cake." Sun Mingwei glanced at him, but did not say much. Shueliu chuckled and said, "You can say that after you get into the top 3. Sigh. Zheng Yueming's face fell. He knew that he could not get into the top 3. He was no match for Chu Li, Sun Mingwei, and Deng Tianluan. So how could he get into the top 3? Unless they were unlucky enough to meet an exceptionally powerful master. Unfortunately, the rest were mediocre, and there were very few who could threaten the disciples of the 9 divisions. Sun Mingwei did not care about these and only stared at Chu Li. If Chu Li could comprehend the Book of Indifference, it would be a great gain. The 3 secret manuals could not compare to the Book of Indifference. Time continued to pass, but Chu Li showed no signs of waking up. Slowly, one after another, people who had won 3 rounds in a row appeared. Shueliu, Deng Tianluan, and Zheng Yueming had all returned with consecutive victories. Only son Mingwei did not show any signs of going up. Shueluoyu asked, "Miss Sun, are you not going?" Sun Mingwei shook her head. Forget it. She was worried about Chu Li being alone. Chu Li was extremely weak now, and his mind was completely focused on the Book of Indifference. He could not be disturbed. Shueluoyu was surprised. This is a rare opportunity. Everyone wants to see you. After all, you're the first person in light surpassing boundary in 1,000 years. You also represent light surpassing boundary. How can you give up? Sun Mingwei said, I don't have to fight for light surpassing boundaries reputation. I'll protect you, Shueluoyu said. Sun Mingwei shook her head. Shueluoyu said, if you give up like this, I'm afraid the sect will have a bad opinion of you when you return. If you have an opinion, then so be it. Sun Mingwei smiled. I know what is important and what is not. Sigh. Shueluoyu glanced at Chu Li. Chu Li did not know what virtue he had accumulated in his past life to make Sun Mingwei so loyal to him. She was willing to give up glory and reputation to protect him. Although Sun Mingwei did not go on stage, the 4 elders who stood in the void to watch the battle did not say a word. It was as if they did not see anything. When all the challenges were over, the elder with white hair and a youthful face raised his voice. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Everyone was silent. Almost all eyes were on Chu Li and Sun Mingwei. Sun Mingwei sat firmly on the ice block and did not move. Chu Li closed his eyes as if he was meditating and did not move. They were all curious. With Chu Li's martial arts, there was no doubt that he would win first place. Why did he not move, and why did Sun Mingwei not participate? The elder with white hair and a youthful face said slowly, if that's the case, let's enter the second round. We'll fight in pairs, and the winner will advance to the next round. We'll fight in 6 rings at the same time. Today, we'll be able to decide the top 3. Shueluoyu said, Elder Fu, it's a pity to only fight in one day. Why don't we do it tomorrow? Fu Qiuhua, shook his head and smiled. 9 princess, we're all busy people. We're here to participate in the martial arts symposium. It's better to proceed quickly, isn't it? Everyone responded in unison. Fu Qiuhua said, I believe Master Chu is comprehending the heavenly tome of indifference. Yes, Shueluoyu said, he's in a good state and can't be distracted. It's best not to let Master Chu be too engrossed in it, or he'll easily go astray. I think Master Chu isn't in a good state now. It's better to wake him up. Fu Qiuhua said sternly. Shueluoyu said, let's wait a little longer. Fu Qiuhua shook his head. It might be too late if we wait a little longer. It's better to wake him up to play it safe. He was about to approach as soon as he finished speaking. Sun Mingwei said, Elder Fu, please wait. Fu Qiuhua stopped. Chapter 2029. Sun Mingwei glanced at Guo Yingjie coldly and said, Chu Li knows what he's doing and has instructed us not to disturb him. I hope Senior Fu can fulfill his wish. Fu Qiuhua sighed. Miss Sun from the great light surpassing state? Yes, I am. Sun Mingwei answered. Fu Qiuhua said, I've been at the Cliff of Forgetfulness for so many years, and I've seen Chu Li's situation many times. The final outcome was the same. They all ended up going mad. Sun Mingwei nodded. Died from going mad? He didn't die, but his martial arts were all crippled, and he became a cripple. It's impossible for him to cultivate again. Fu Qiuhua sighed. I think it's better not to comprehend the scroll of forgetfulness than to take this risk. All of you are top young talents with a bright future ahead of you. You can still dominate the world, even without the scroll of forgetfulness. Yes, yes. The others agreed softly. Guo Yingjie said, we all know your good intentions. If that's the case, let's wake Chu Li up. We'd rather be blamed and blamed by him than let him risk his life. He's in a bad situation now. He's standing on the edge of a cliff and could fall at any time. The others nodded in agreement. Sun Mingyue's bright eyes wandered on Guo Yingjie's face. She smiled faintly. Young Lord Guo, you and Chu Li are mortal enemies, but you're still so kind. Your breadth of mind and magnanimity are admirable. Admirable. There was a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Guo Yingjie did not mind at all. He shook his head and laughed. Looks like I can't be a good person. Miss Sun must think that I'm up to no good. You're not up to no good. You're just afraid. You're afraid that Chu Li will really comprehend the scroll of forgetfulness, and the city of 10,000 swords won't be able to take back your sky killer sword. Right? Guo Yingjie smiled calmly. Miss Sun, you think too highly of me. So what if Chu Li comprehended the scroll of forgetfulness? Can he become a great enlightened master? Sun Mingyue said, it's hard to become a great enlightened master. However, if Chu Li can comprehend the scroll of forgetfulness, his martial arts will definitely improve. The city of 10,000 swords won't be able to do anything to him. Am I right? Guo Yingjie laughed and shook his head. Sun Mingyue raised her head to look at Fu Qiuhua. Senior Fu, Chu Li has already said that even if he were to go berserk while trying to comprehend the heavenly book of indifference and even die, he would not blame the cliff of indifference. Sigh. Fu Qiuhua shook her head and sighed. Chu Li is putting all his eggs in one basket. It's either he succeeds or he dies. Why bother? Sun Mingyue said. If one doesn't have such a resolute heart when comprehending the heavenly tome of indifference, how can one succeed? All right then. Fu Qiuhua said, I don't care. It all depends on Chu Li's own luck. Who knows? He might really be able to comprehend it. Sun Mingyue said faintly, Thank you, Elder Fu. Fu Qiuhua said, If that's the case, then let's continue the spar. Sun Mingyue took a deep look at Guo Yingjie and closed her eyes again, causing everyone to feel a sense of melancholy. She did not need to show her face. Just her clear eyes were enough to make everyone stunned and intoxicated. Once she closed her eyes, everyone felt a sense of loss. They could not help but feel extremely jealous of Chu Li. Therefore, everyone turned their jealousy into strength. One by one, they gave their all in the ring, displaying their strongest side. They wanted to get into the top 3 and obtain the secret manual. They wanted to make Chu Li regret it. Sun Jingzong was first, Jing Santin was second, and Guo Yingjie was third. Jing Santin, who had returned unknowingly, did not seem to be injured at all. It was obvious that he had consumed a spirit pill. Guo Yingjie, on the other hand, displayed his exquisite swordsmanship. He held a very ordinary treasure sword in his hand, but the momentum of his sword was extremely fast and impossible to defend against. Shueluoyu's martial arts was powerful, but she was defeated by Guo Yingjie's sword. This caused Guo Yingjie's reputation to reach its peak. The crowd cheered and danced for him. Guo Yingjie's victory was an ordinary sect's victory against the 9 divisions. This meant that the sects also had the power to defeat the 9 divisions. The 9 divisions were no longer invincible. They had given them endless power. Shueluoyu's face was covered with a white veil, so her face could not be seen clearly. Only her bright eyes were shining. Even after her defeat, there was nothing strange about it. She floated back to Sun Mingyue's side. At this moment, the crowd no longer had any tenderness for the fairer sex. All the cheers and gazes were focused on Guo Yingjie. Guo Yingjie was now a hero who had defeated the 9 divisions and dominated the world. After Sun Mingyue saw his swordsmanship, she frowned slightly and felt a chill in her heart. She could tell that Guo Yingjie had not used his full strength. At this moment, he was still holding back some of his strength. His ambition was not small, and it was obvious that he was aiming for Chu Li. He would probably kill Chu Li as soon as he left the cliff of forgotten love. Logically speaking, no matter how strong he was, he could not be stronger than Chu Li. However, he still held back some of his strength. She could not see through him, but it was not certain that he would not be a threat to Chu Li. The key was that he was using an ordinary longsword. If it was one of the 9 swords of the city of 10,000 swords, how much more powerful would it be? The 3 of them stood on an ice platform in the center. Fu Qiuhua and the other 3 elders went up the platform and handed the flowing water godly sword, breeze technique, and the secret of the palm technique to the 3 of them. Sun Jingzong got the flowing water godly sword, Jing Santin got the breeze technique, and Guo Yingjie got the secret of the palm technique. Guo Yingjie took the secret of the palm technique and smiled. Elder Fu, I have something to ask. Let's hear it, Fu Qiuhua said with a smile. The Cliff of Forgotten Love did not belong to the 9 divisions. Naturally, they were very close to Guo Yingjie, who had defeated the disciples of the 9 divisions. I wonder if I can do whatever I want with the secret of the palm technique after you give it to me? Guo Yingjie asked. Fu Qiuhua laughed. If I give it to you, it will naturally be your secret manual. You can do whatever you want with it. We will not interfere. That's good. Guo Yingjie laughed. Then I will give the secret manual to everyone here, including Miss Shui, Miss Sun, and the others. Please don't reject it. You can't do that, someone hurriedly shouted. The secret manual that they had spent so much effort and fought so hard to obtain was indeed a little inappropriate for it to be made public. Sun Jingzong and Jing Santin squinted their eyes and snorted lightly without saying a word. The 3 of them stood side by side on the ice platform, but Guo Yingjie had stolen their momentum. Everyone's gaze fell on Guo Yingjie's face. Guo Yingjie waved his hand, and the crowd slowly quietened down. Listening to his words, his momentum and prestige made Sun Jingzong and Jing Santin frown even tighter. Guo Yingjie laughed. Everyone, listen to me. I have always practiced swordsmanship, and I specialize in swordsmanship. I cannot be distracted. Obtaining the secret of the palm technique is indeed a waste. Instead of staying in the Tower of Scriptures in the city of 10,000 swords, why not let it see the light of day and let everyone study it? This way, everyone's palm technique can be improved, and we will have more power to fight against Azura and Sky Demon. Fu Qiuhua shook her head. Young Master Guo's intention is good, but techniques cannot be passed down easily. It is better to be cautious. Guo Yingjie shook his head. It's decided then. Anyone who wants to see the secret of the palm technique can come and find me. I can make a copy and bring it back. Elder Fu, I will have to trouble your sect to provide some ink and brush. Fu Qiuhua asked, Young Master Guo, do you really want to do this? Thank you, Elder Fu. Guo Yingjie cupped his fists. Sigh. Then I will fulfill young Master Guo's wish. Fu Qiuhua nodded slowly and waved his hand. Chapter 2030. Sun Jingzong and Jing Santin stood on the ice platform, their faces dark. They were in a dilemma. Even with Sun Jingzong's divine foresight, he did not foresee this. By sharing the secret manual, they were copying others' ideas. In the eyes of the crowd, they were inspired by Guo Yingjie. The crowd was still grateful to Guo Yingjie. But not only were they not grateful, they looked down on them. If they did not make the secret manual public, it would make them seem even more selfish. Their breadth of mind and bearing would be as different as heaven and earth. Once this matter spread, their reputations would be tarnished. Guo Yingjie's move was truly vicious. It disgusted the 2 of them. The crowd did not have the time to think about them. They were all struggling and hesitating. After all, it was not right for them to gain such great benefits for free. Finally, someone could not hold back his curiosity and greed. He stood up and said, Brother Guo, I want to make a copy of the manual. It was a tall and sturdy young man. He strode to the front of the table and looked at the palm technique manual with burning eyes. He sat in front of the table and picked up a pen, preparing to make a copy. Guo Yingjie nodded and smiled. Everyone, why don't you all make a copy? Even though it talks about palm techniques, it also touches on other martial arts. Your understanding of martial arts is truly impressive. The author of this manual is Chen Zhaoyang. Chen Zhaoyang, who knows? Forgive me for my ignorance. I've heard of this person. The muscular young man who sat down said, If I am not wrong, Chen Zhaoyang was a top expert 10,000 years ago. He was known as the dual master of palm and sword. Dual master of palm and sword. Someone muttered, then exclaimed, I remember now, Tian Nin Shenzhong. Chen Zhaoyang. Yes. The muscular young man started to make a copy as he nodded. Guo Yingjie smiled. No wonder. After reading his explanation, even someone like me who does not specialize in palm techniques could not help but feel enlightened. I felt like my palm technique had improved. The crowd started to discuss in low voices. Someone stood up and said, "I want a copy too." "Me too." The crowd reached out their hands and surrounded them. Guangjia smiled. "Then everyone can borrow it and make a copy. Just don't damage the manual." He turned to the two people beside him and chuckled. "Brother Sun, Brother Jing, you don't have to learn from me. Because I practice swordsmanship, I don't attach much importance to palm techniques. That's why I'm generously offering Buddha with borrowed flowers." "Guangjia, I underestimated you." Sun Jingzong narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Good move." Guangjia laughed and said, "You flatter me. Compared to the methods of the heaven-shaking pavilion, I am ashamed of my inferiority. I'll remember you." Sun Jingzong said slowly, "It seems like your 10,000 sword city is quite ambitious. You want to rise and contend against the 9 divisions. Brother Sun thinks too highly of us." Guangjia shook his head and said, "Compared to the 9 divisions, which are full of talents and masters, our city of 10,000 swords isn't even worth mentioning. It's a pity that Chuli didn't make a move this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here." Sun Jingzong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "There's no need to sow discord. If Chuli makes a move, you won't be a match for him, even if you reveal your hidden skills. You won't be able to make it to the upper echelons with such tactics." "Yes, yes." Guangjia smiled and nodded. "It's a pity that Chuli didn't make a move. Could it be that he couldn't stand your tyranny and deliberately didn't make a move?" Jing Santin said coldly, "Young Governor Gua, you're smart this time. I'm impressed." His maroon face was gloomy and his narrowed eyes flashed with a cold glint. His murderous intent toward Guangjia surged, and he wanted nothing more than to kill him. However, Guangjia's martial arts was not bad either. It would not be easy to kill him. When he thought of this, he turned to look at Chuli. Chuli sat there motionlessly like a clay statue. There was no aura at all. It was as if the thing that remained, there was only a shell. His mind was already far away, as if he had ascended. It was possible that Chuli had already gone mad and would never wake up again. Guangjia smiled and said, "Looking at Chuli like this, he might really have comprehended the heavenly scroll of indifference." The conversation between the three was heard by everyone. Although they knew that Guangjia was trying to win the hearts of the people, Sun Jingzong and Jing Santin were too lazy to do so. This comparison made them even angrier and more dissatisfied with the arrogance of the 9 divisions. They looked at Chu Li with schadenfreude, wishing that Chu Li would go mad. It was not that they were not broad-minded enough, but under such circumstances, they could not help but feel a sense of common hatred. All the sects and martial arts masters of the Outland were becoming more and more dissatisfied with the 9 divisions and could not be reconciled. The sturdy young man suddenly put down his pen and blew on the booklet that he had finished writing. He stood up and closed fist saluted. "Thank you, Brother Gua. You're welcome." Guangjia closed fist saluted and smiled. Immediately, another young man sat down and began to copy. A low whistle was faintly discernible. Everyone was skilled in martial arts and had extraordinary hearing. When they heard this sound, they immediately scanned their surroundings to find the source, but could not find the source of the sound. This low whistle seemed to come from the sky. It was faintly discernible, but it lingered in their ears, making it impossible for them to ignore it. As the whistling gradually rose, their blood and chi began to surge, and their heartbeats accelerated. As the whistling rose, their heartbeats became faster and faster, almost jumping out of their chests. They hurriedly tried to suppress it, but it was useless. When the whistling reached the clouds, their blood and chi boiled, and their heartbeats sped up several times. Protective upstanding chi appeared around their bodies, looking colorful and spectacular. However, Sun Mingyue sensed that the whistle came from Chuli. Chuli closed his eyes, and his lips were slightly opened. It was hard to tell that he was whistling, but when the whistle came from his mouth, it sounded like it came from the sky, far and wide, as if it would go on forever and never end. Everyone did not care about anything else, and sat back on their ice blocks. They began to circulate their energy to suppress it and did not even bother to copy the secret booklet. Even Fu Qiuhua and the other three elders could only sit down and circulate their energy to resist. To them, the whistles seemed to go on for a long time. When they gradually lost hope and could not suppress the boiling of their bodies, their blood and inner energy were out of control, the whistle stopped abruptly. It was as if they had gone from a high-speed rush to a standstill. Their blood and inner energy suddenly stopped, but they could not help but feel extreme pain. Their chests were full of pressure and they wanted to vomit, but they could not vomit. Their vision darkened. A long laugh suddenly rang out, echoing through the clouds. The surrounding people suddenly felt refreshed and their minds became clear. Chu sat cross-legged and slowly floated into the air. He looked up at the sky and laughed. His aura suddenly rose and enveloped everyone like the sea. Everyone hurriedly circulated their energy, but unfortunately, they were unable to struggle. They could only be restrained by his surging energy and watch him float in the air. A strange symbol appeared in the void above his head, which was no different from the scroll of indifference on the precipice. Their expressions changed slightly as they all had a bad feeling. Fu Qiuhua and the other three were even more shocked and looked at Chu Li in surprise. They were more familiar with the scroll of indifference than their own faces. When they saw the vague symbol in the void above Chu Li's head, they knew it was the scroll of indifference. They did not understand these symbols and did not know the meaning of the symbols, but they recognized each one. Chu Li slowly put down his legs and stood in the void. The laughter had stopped, and he was staring at the precipice from 100 meters away. Chapter 2031. They were puzzled and did not know what he was trying to do. Chu Li's hand stopped in midair, and it looked strange. After a while, the precipice gradually lit up, and a layer of light appeared. It was as if the precipice had turned into white jade. Every character of the divine scroll of indifference on it was extremely clear and presented to the crowd. Unfortunately, no one could recognize these characters. No matter how clear they would disappear when they closed their eyes. These black characters began to change color from black to purple, then to gold, and finally to white. Then, they turned into white light and floated away from the precipice, appearing in midair. Chu Li narrowed his eyes and put down his right hand. The white light shot toward the center of Chu Li's eyebrows and disappeared in a flash. The crowd widened their eyes and looked at the precipice in surprise. The original strange characters had disappeared. The precipice seemed to have been polished. It was bright and clean, and there were no characters at all. Chu Li's white robe fluttered as if he was standing in a strong wind. His hair danced along with it, but he closed his eyes and stood still in the void. His expression gradually calmed down, and finally, a smile appeared on his face. When the crowd saw this smile, they inexplicably felt nervous. They felt that this smile was indescribably strange. White light suddenly burst out from Chu Li's body. On the white light, there was a long sword that was faintly discernible. The sword's body was hazy and vague, but the crowd could not help but feel a chill and subconsciously wanted to look away. Fu Qiuhua cried out involuntarily, "The divine sword of indifference!" Chu Li slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the crowd. Wherever his gaze passed, it was as if the divine sword of indifference was stabbing at them. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and hurriedly avoided it. It was purely a subconscious reaction. When they regained their senses, they had already looked away. As rank 1 and even supreme masters, their intuition was far sharper than that of ordinary people. This subconscious reaction was often driven by intuition, and they felt an inexplicable threat and fear. Chu Li smiled at Fu Qiuhua and nodded. "Thank you." As he said this, the crowd felt their bodies relax. They were no longer restrained and could breathe freely in fresh air. He was grateful to Fu Qiuhua for the divine scroll of indifference. The divine sword of indifference was truly mysterious. He had already comprehended a bit of it, but he still needed to continue to comprehend its essence. Even so, The sword power was unparalleled and surpassed the regal sword. If Xiao Qi could cultivate this sword technique, she would be able to protect herself even in the Grandmaster's boundary. Fu Qiuhua stared at him with a complicated expression and sighed. Truly, have you really comprehended the sword of indifference? Chuli smiled and said, I don't know if it's the sword of indifference or not. It's just a little insight. How about this? I'll write it down again. As he spoke, he did not move. However, there was already a rustling sound on the precipice, as if an invisible sword was slicing through it. Strange characters appeared on the precipice one after another, exactly the same as before. Every stroke, the position of every character, and even the distance between left and right were exactly the same, perfectly replicating the heavenly scroll of indifference from before. Everyone was speechless and curious as to how Chuli did it. This was the work of the Sword of Oblivion. It was formless and intangible, and it didn't even attract the attention of others. They couldn't feel the cold air and fatal threat from before. In the blink of an eye, a heavenly book of oblivion had been written. It looked no different from before. However, everyone knew that this scroll of indifference was completely different from the previous one. It was likely that no one would be able to comprehend the scroll of indifference from now on. It was as if Chu Li had absorbed the scroll of indifference into his mind. Fu Qiuhua sighed. Chu Li, I really didn't expect. He could not continue speaking until this point. Not only did he not expect it, even the ancestors of the past did not expect someone to be able to comprehend the heavenly book of indifference. When the ancestors founded the sect, they only comprehended a little bit of the heavenly book of indifference and integrated it with the heart technique of the Tai Ching sect, thus creating the cliff of indifference. Chu Li's comprehension was probably even better than the ancestors. If the ancestors could comprehend to Chu Li's level, the heavenly book of indifference would not have appeared, and the characters on the precipice would not have been seen by the world. Thinking of this, Fu Qiuhua had mixed feelings and did not know what to do. Chu Li Fist saluted and said, Please inform the Cliff Master. Yes, I'll go first. Fu Qiuhua Fist saluted, turned around, and glided away with the three elders. Chu Li landed on the ice block, sat beside Sun Mingyue, and nodded lightly. Sun Mingyue's eyes were watery, and she was full of smiles. Although she was confident in Chu Li, she did not expect him to make such a big fuss. He directly took away the heavenly book of indifference, and obviously surpassed the ancestors of the cliff of indifference. From now on, everyone in the world knew about Chu Li. Shueliyu's face was covered by a white veil, but her bright eyes were flickering, and her heart was extremely unsettled. She did not expect Chu Li to be able to comprehend the heavenly book of indifference. Everyone looked at him, some with envy, some with jealousy, and some with admiration. But this time, they completely remembered Chu Li. Ever since the heavenly book of indifference was set up here, there were only a few who had truly comprehended it, and he was the only one who had reached such a level. No matter what they thought about Chu Li, there was a consensus. Chu Li's comprehension was really amazing. Guo Yingjie stood in the crowd, and his face was gloomy. He never thought that the situation he had schemed for so long would be completely destroyed by Chu Li. All of his prestige had been taken away by Chu Li, and he had worked hard for someone else. He hated Chu Li to the core, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Chu Li right there and then. Chu Li seemed to have sensed his murderous intent, and turned to look at him with a faint smile. Guo Yingjie took a deep breath and forced a smile. He closed fists, saluted, and showed a calm demeanor. Congratulations, Brother Chu, for comprehending the heavenly book of indifference. Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and showed a chilling smile, but did not say a word. Shueliyu said, Chu Li, let's leave first. The cliff of indifference might not let it go. After all, Chu Li had comprehended the heavenly book of indifference of the cliff of indifference. No matter how bad the cliff of indifference was, they would still want Chu Li to make a copy of it. All these years, the cliff of indifference had convened the indifference sword meet and allowed everyone to comprehend the heavenly book of indifference. They were certain that no one in the world could comprehend the heavenly book of indifference. Even if the founder of the sect had the ambition, the future generations might not have it. Chu Li shook his head. Ninth Princess, let's wait and see. Shuelayu looked at Sun Jingzong and Jing Santin, and her eyes wandered. Sun Jingzong and Jing Santin floated over, glanced at Chu Li, and nodded at Shuelayu. They could fight among themselves during normal times, but during critical times, they still had to rely on their own people from the 9 divisions. Chu Li smiled and nodded as a greeting. Zheng Yueming scoffed. If the Cliff of Indifference really wants to force Brother Chu to stay, we are not to be trifled with. He really did not think much of the Cliff of Indifference. Other than the 9 divisions, he looked down on everyone else. Deng Tianlun gave him a sidelong glance and curled his lips without saying a word. 3 people floated over from the sky. The one in front was a middle-aged man. His face was like jade, and he was extraordinarily handsome. He wore a loose robe and looked like a scholar. Behind him were 2 elders. Fu Qiuhua was there as well. The other elder's face was as dark as ink, and his facial features could not be seen clearly. Only his eyes were bright. The 3 of them landed in front of Chu Li. Shuelayu closed fist saluted. Greetings, Cliff Leader Lu. Chapter 2032. Everyone greeted him. No matter what, they were at the Cliff of Forgetfulness and were casually studying the heavenly scroll of forgetfulness. If they had any suspicions before, now that they saw what Chu Li had learned, they knew that the Cliff of Forgetfulness was indeed generous and worthy of their respect. Lu Tsangming returned a fist salute and looked at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled and fist saluted. Greetings, Cliff Leader Lu. Thank you, Cliff Leader Lu. Lu Tsangming shook his head and sighed. I really didn't expect someone to understand the heavenly scroll of forgetfulness. This is even better than our founder's work. Young Master Chu, your comprehension is truly admirable. Chu Li smiled. I was just lucky. Lu Tsangming shook his head. There is no such thing as luck in understanding the heavenly scroll of forgetfulness. Otherwise, the disciples of the Cliff of Forgetfulness over the past 10,000 years would be too unworthy. Chu Li smiled. Lu Tsangming said, I'm here to congratulate young Master Chu. The heavenly scroll of forgetfulness is right there. Since you were able to understand it, it's yours. However, from now on, the Cliff of Forgetfulness and young Master Chu are from the same sect. I hope that young Master Chu can come to the Cliff of Forgetfulness whenever you have time. We can exchange martial arts and study together. Chu Li replied, I'll be there if I have time. Lu Tsangming smiled. That's great. He waved his hand and Fu Qiuhua took out a secret manual and handed it to Chu Li. Chu Li took it and glanced at it. The words Sword of Forgetfulness were written on it. This is... Chu Li was shocked. Lu Tsangming said, the heavenly scroll of forgetfulness is broad and profound. It's not something that can be understood in a short time. Young Master Chu must have gotten the hang of it, but it'll take time for you to understand it completely. Yes. Chu Li nodded. I've only scratched the surface. The Sword of Forgetfulness was written by our founder. It's an understanding of the heavenly scroll of forgetfulness. Lu Tsangming smiled. Young Master Chu, don't worry. It doesn't involve the martial arts of the Cliff of Forgetfulness. Chu Li looked at him. Lu Tsangming said, It's a pity that this sword of indifference is too broad and profound. The founder's wisdom was as vast as the sea, and he knew that the younger generation would not be able to comprehend the sword of indifference. So he simplified the sword of indifference and combined it with the martial arts of the Tai Ching sect to form the mental cultivation method of the Cliff of Indifference. Us younger generation have always been trying to comprehend the sword of indifference, but unfortunately, we have not been able to fully comprehend it. Young Master Chu, you have comprehended the heavenly tome of indifference, so you can use this as a reference. I'm sure it will save you a lot of effort. Chu Li took a deep breath and slowly said, Thank you, Cliff Master Lu. If it was for himself, he would not accept it. This was a great favor, and he needed to repay it in the future. Accepting this secret manual meant that his relationship with the Cliff of Wangqing would deepen. In the future, he would have to come here often to practice martial arts. However, for Xiaoqi's sake, he had no choice but to accept this favor. Lu Songming smiled and cupped his fists. Then we won't disturb young Master Chu any longer. We're both from the same lineage, so there's no need for young Master Chu to stand on ceremony. As he spoke, he took out a sword-shaped token and tossed it to Chu Li. Chu Li caught it and glanced at it. There were a few runes from the heavenly scroll of Wang Qing drawn on it. The runes seemed to have come to life, and they resonated with the sword of Wang Qing above his head. A faint layer of light appeared on the token. Lu Songming smiled. This is the Elder's token of Wang Qing Cliff. With this token, you can enter the cliff of Wang Qing at any time. Chu Li cupped his fists and kept it. Lu Songming's smile widened. Then I'll take my leave. He turned to the crowd and cupped his fists. Young heroes, feel free to visit our cliff as guests. The cliff of Wang Qing Cliff welcomes you at any time. The crowd returned the gesture. Lu Songming glided away with the two elders. The crowd discussed among themselves and glanced at Chu Li from time to time. They were impressed by Lu Songming's generosity. Compared to Guo Yingjia's generosity, Lu Songming was much better. As expected of the cliff of Wang Qing Cliff, Shueluoyu shook her head. You're gauging the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. This Cliff Master Lu is so generous. If it were her, she would not be satisfied if the benefits of the cliff of Wang Qing Cliff were taken away by outsiders. She would only stop when the other party spit it out. How could he be so generous? Not only did he not pursue it, but he was even more generous in giving it away. She then reflected. If she really did that, it would be difficult for her to achieve anything. There were so many masters in the world. How could they all listen to her and be suppressed? Winning them over to serve her was the most important thing. Taking in the heroes of the world for her own use was the way of the Rain Master Palace Master. Being stingy was no different from cutting oneself off from others and rejecting masters and heroes. Chu Li turned to look at Sun Mingyue. Let's go. All right. Sun Mingyue nodded and cupped her fists at Shueluoyu. Ninth Princess, we'll be leaving now. You're welcome to visit the Rain Master Palace often, Shueluoyu said. Sun Mingyue nodded. Ninth Princess, come to the Great Light Wonderland when you're free. All right. Shueluoyu nodded. A master like Sun Mingyue had a limitless future. Naturally, she should be on good terms with and not be an enemy. Chu Li, Sun Jingzong, and the others cupped their fists. Thank you for your hospitality. He did not expect the 9 divisions to fight to such an extent. Moreover, he had taught them a lesson earlier. At such a crucial time, they actually disregarded their former enmity and stood by his side. He was inexplicably touched. It seemed like they really did not take Azura and Heavenly Demon seriously. Otherwise, they would have worked together and destroyed Azura and Heavenly Demon long ago. This is what we should do. What's there to thank? Zheng Yueming smiled. Anyone would have done the same. Congratulations. However, the Sword of Insensibility is not some top-notch martial art in the world. It's not a big deal even if you understand it. Chu Li could not help but laugh. He cupped his fists and held Sun Mingyue's hand. The two suddenly disappeared. He was very curious. Why did they not make everyone swear before the sword meeting that they would not use void diversion to come to the Cliff of Insensibility? Could it be that Fu Qiuhua and the others had forgotten? Or was it because they were confident that the heroes would not break the rules? However, the sword meeting had already ended. Naturally, they could use void diversion. As they watched Chu Li and Sun Mingyue disappear, the crowd discussed among themselves. They also felt melancholy and lost. Even if they did not come with the intention of understanding the Sword of Insensibility, they still felt dissatisfied when they saw Chu Li comprehending the Sword of Insensibility. Unfortunately, things did not go according to one's wishes. They could only work hard and cultivate harder. Guo Yingjie had already sorted out his feelings. He put on a refreshing smile again and let the crowd continue to copy the secret of the palm technique. The crowd also sorted out their feelings. Even if they could not get the Sword of Insensibility, it was still good to get the secret of the palm technique. Zheng Yueming and the others did not care and left. Shueluoyu's feelings were complicated. She felt that the Rainmaster Palace had really gotten a great bargain. She had to be more attentive and make Chu Li submit. Chu Li and Sun Mingwei stood at the peak of a mountain. There were a few stone towers hidden in the forest. They were no different from the chakra towers. The sun was setting in the west. The setting sun was like blood. The gentle breeze ruffled their clothes. Sun Mingwei took off her white veil and revealed her beautiful face. You're comprehending the sword of insensibility for Xiao Qi, right? Chu Li nodded lightly. You want her to come to the Outland? Sun Mingwei frowned. She's not an enlightened master. Even if she becomes an enlightened master, she can only leave behind her remains. Won't she enter the Tai Ching sect then? Chu Li said, I'll think of a way to make her become an enlightened master. Cultivate to become an enlightened master? Sun Mingwei asked. Like you? Chu Li nodded slowly. Sun Mingwei chuckled. It's not that easy. Chu Li smiled. I'll try. With this sword of insensibility, I'll have a higher chance. Then I'll wait and see. Sun Mingwei said. Chapter 2033. Chu Li said, You didn't shine in the sword exchange meet this time. Light surpassing realm. If she had to protect him, Sun Mingwei would have at least made it to the top 3. Her great light scripture was extremely refined and had reached the ultimate state. Even if Guangjie had a trump card, he might not be able to defeat her. No matter how strong Guangjie was, he was far from Sun Mingwei's experience. His schemes paled in comparison to Sun Mingwei. Unfortunately, he had to give up this rare opportunity to protect him. He could not clear his name and win glory for light surpassing realm. I don't need these now. Sun Mingwei shook her head. The sect won't force me. Instead, they pamper me, afraid they'll be angry and affect my cultivation. She pursed her lips and chuckled. I'm much more comfortable now than I was down there. I don't have to worry about anything. I just need to focus on my cultivation. The sect will take care of everything. If you want spirit herbs, you have spirit herbs. You have secret manuals. Chu Li said, Looks like they're really training you as the future realm master. Sun Mingwei nodded. My experience in the lower realm is also an important asset. At Sun Mingwei's age, she often had the common problem of not having enough experience. Once she ascended to the position of realm master, it might not be difficult for her to cope. After all, the position of realm master of light surpassing realm was not something that could be achieved through martial arts alone. The handling of affairs required true ability, not martial arts. A person with great martial arts could become an elder of realm master of light surpassing realm, but not necessarily a realm master. However, Sun Mingwei had become a saint in the lower realm at a young age. She led the Holy Church of Light to prosperity and demonstrated her excellent ability as a sect master. Coupled with her rare aptitude, it was only natural for her to become the realm master. Now, all the disciples of Light Surpassing Realm had a consensus that Sun Mingwei was the future realm master. Chu Li nodded slowly. Can you make the decision to build a few stone towers in the realm? He pointed at the stone tower hidden in the woods. Sun Mingwei said, Build one first. It shouldn't be a problem. I can cultivate on it. Chu Li said, With this stone tower, I can now control reincarnation. As long as my soul doesn't scatter and my body remains, I could be resurrected. Sun Mingwei smiled and said, All right, I'll build it as soon as I get back. I still need to make a trip there to activate the stone tower, Chu Li said. With it, I can appear in the stone tower at any time and avoid the interference of the formation. Sun Mingwei said, I'll just invite you there. When are you going? Shall we go now? Chu Li asked. Sun Mingwei nodded lightly. Let's go. She hung up the white veil again and sighed against the gentle evening wind. The sword meat of Wang Qing is just so. I thought there were so many heroes in the world, but unfortunately, they are all good-for-nothings. She originally thought that these young elites would be heroic and righteous figures. Unfortunately, all she saw were some rash youths who were competitive and eager to win. They were really too childish. The lifespan of this world was different from that of the lower realm. The youths here were all 20 to 30 years old, but the youths here were obviously more childish than those in the lower realm. Standing beside this group of people, they felt out of place. She was very disappointed. Although there was no lack of amazing talent among these people, it was difficult for them to achieve anything. They needed to be sharpened enough to shine, but there was nothing much to see now. Chu Li said, "A jade that is not polished will not be useful. They have not been polished, but they will become important people in the future." Sun Mingwen nodded lightly. The two shook hands and suddenly disappeared from the peak again. The next moment, they appeared on a mountain peak. The emerald green mountain forest was lush and verdant. The evening breeze gently blew, forming a sea of green. The air was especially refreshing and pleasant. The two of them were in an exquisite and elegant courtyard. A gust of wind blew, and the rustling sound of the forest outside was calming. "Good place," Chu Li praised. His omniscient mirror had already observed the peak. It was about 1,000 meters high, and there was no snow even on the peak. The trees were lush, and there were all kinds of beasts and birds in the forest. The atmosphere was calm and peaceful. "This peak is my territory now. I can do whatever I want with it," Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li smiled. As expected of the great light surpassing state, this peak was rich in spiritual energy, and the atmosphere was peaceful. It was obviously a holy place for cultivation. Sun Mingwe said, "If you like, you can also build a courtyard here. You can come and stay at any time. The territory will not interfere." "Okay." Chu Li did not hesitate. "Help me build a courtyard." Sun Mingwe took off her white veil and smiled. She was very satisfied with Chu Li's answer. Then, she began to find people to transport the stone materials. Chu Li built the stone tower himself. He was extremely strong and precise. He easily built a stone tower that was not tall like building blocks. Sun Mingwe had spoken. These were naturally the best white jade stone materials, but the style of the tower was simple and unadorned. Chu Li glided to the top of the stone tower and stood with his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind. At this time, the twilight was rising. The setting sun had completely disappeared and entered the moon cave. Sun Mingwe stood side by side with him. "Can we build another pavilion on this stone tower?" "No problem." Chu Li nodded. It was the easiest to hide the function of a pavilion. People would think that it was just a place to enjoy the scenery. He stood at the top of the tower with his hands behind his back and activated the relentless sword above his head. The relentless sword required more practice. Runes appeared on the stone one by one. They were as fine as hair and were hard to notice if one did not pay attention. Sun Mingwe heard a rustling sound and floated down to take a closer look. She realized that it was a scripture. After a while, she withdrew the relentless sword. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation scripture had been carved. It was faintly discernible. This was thanks to the relentless sword's flexibility. Chu Li sat cross-legged on the top of the tower and began to channel. Sun Mingwe floated up and stood to the side to watch. A moment later, a black tower appeared above his head. It was indistinct. It was like watching the black tower from the water. It seemed real and illusory. The black tower slowly sank. It passed through Chu Li and merged with the white stone tower under his feet. Boom! A muffled sound came from underground. The stone tower shook. A layer of hazy white light appeared on the body of the tower. Suddenly, it disappeared. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation scripture that vaguely appeared on the tower had disappeared. Sun Mingwe's intuition was sharp, but she did not sense anything strange. The stone tower was still the original stone tower. Even if it was built delicately, it was still a stone tower. There was no strange energy. "It's done?" Sun Mingwe asked. Chu Li smiled. "Drip a drop of blood on it." Sun Mingwe bit her index finger and pressed it on the body of the tower. The blood was instantly absorbed by the white stone and disappeared without a trace. Sun Mingwe was surprised. She looked at the stone in surprise and then at the stone tower. This time, her senses were different. It was as if she had a strange connection with the stone tower. She could sense its existence at any time. Chu Li said, "From now on, even if you die accidentally, as long as your soul is still there, the stone tower can bring you back and resurrect you. However, you must be careful not to be destroyed. Looks like I'm not afraid of death anymore. Sun Mingwe pointed above. I heard that there's a grandmaster up there. Chu Li sighed. You can't go up if you die. You need to become a great enlightened master. Sun Mingwe said, the tower is built. You can come back anytime. Go and help Xiao Qi first. Chapter 2034. Snow swirled in the air, blanketing the world in white. Fairy's capital of the great, Ji, stood majestically between heaven and earth. In one of the palaces of the imperial house, Xiao Qi and Xiao Shi sat around a fireplace. Both of them wore snow-white coats that reflected off their jade-white faces. There was a pile of memorials on a short table beside them. Both of them were reading one each. The sound of snowflakes falling to the ground could be heard clearly. After a while, footsteps could be heard. Come in, Xiao Qi said. Suru wore a bright red cloak as she walked in. She was holding a purple sealed box with memorials in her hand. They needed to personally open the seal to prevent the memorials from leaking out. The bright red cloak made her snow-white face look even redder. She was charming. She turned around and closed the door. The cold wind blew a snowflake into the hall, bringing with it a chill. The fireplaces in the hall swayed a little. The two women looked up. Suru's face was solemn. It's an urgent memorial from the Ministry of Revenue. Xiao Qi extended her hand. Suru presented the purple box with the memorials and took 2 steps back. She poured tea for them. Xiao Qi opened the box and took out 3 memorials. She passed one to Xiao Shi and opened the other one. After a while, she frowned and her expression became more solemn. She sighed. After Xiao Shi flipped through the 3 memorials, she shook her head. Can't they do something new? They're always complaining and asking for money from the imperial court. What are they trying to do? Xiao Qi said, there's a disaster over there, but it's not as serious as the memorials say. They're just using this as an excuse to get more money. This is the usual tactic of the imperial court officials. They're audacious. Xiao Shi sneered. I think they're just seeing that the emperor has just ascended the throne and is mainly appeasing. That's why they're sure they won't dare to do anything to them. They're also trying to test the emperor's mind. Xiao Qi nodded. It's human nature. Younger sister, do you think we should indulge them? Xiao Shi frowned. Xiao Qi said, the new emperor ascends the throne. We should focus on appeasing them. It's not too late to deal with them when the foundation is solid. Otherwise, it'll be inevitable that the people will panic and the government will not follow orders. Xiao Shi shook her head. Little sister, you're being too careful. They won't be able to do anything. Second, eldest sister, Xiao Qi said helplessly, we can't just blindly do whatever we want. How many of the imperial court officials are good people? However, we still need to rely on them to govern the world. We can't personally govern a county or a prefecture, can we? Then let Liu Yurong do it. Xiao Shi scoffed. Didn't she investigate a lot of corrupt officials? Kill a bunch of them and get rid of their prestige. Let them know your majesty's methods, and they will naturally be well-behaved. Don't worry, they won't dare to disobey your majesty and won't give up their power. I guarantee that they will all become well-behaved. Xiao Qi sighed and shook her head, but she did not refute. The two of them had different views on governing a country. She was particular about the harmony of yin and yang, the balance of hardness and softness, and could not blindly kill. Xiao Shi, on the other hand, advocated hanging a sword above the heads of the officials of the imperial court to make them fearful. Neither of them could convince the other, so they could only compromise. Liu Yurong leaned towards Xiao Shi's idea. She hated the imperial court officials and was merciless in her actions. The secret guardians hall had already investigated many of the officials' dirty deeds, but they were always suppressed by Liu Yurong. It was not that Xiao Qi did not want to pursue the matter, but she felt that the time was not right. Suan had yet to gain a firm foothold. Everyone thought that as long as one was an enlightened master, after inheriting the throne, no one would dare to oppose. However, they did not know that the officials below had many ways to oppose the emperor. as long as there were enough benefits. Even an enlightened master would dare to oppose. Therefore, she planned to use Su En's first year as a conciliatory approach. A year later, she would start killing. By that time, she would have made arrangements for her own people, and the main authority would be in her hands. She would not be afraid of stirring up a storm if she made a move. Unfortunately, Co Shi and Liu Rong were impatient and could not wait. 2 against 1, sometimes she still had to act according to their ideas. It's decided then, Co Shi said. She threw away the memorial and stretched her body. She sighed. Truly should come back to take a look, right? It's not easy for him over there. Xiao Qi shook her head. She heard from Chu Li about the situation in the Outland and knew that it was difficult to move forward. It was extremely difficult to integrate and grasp authority. It was difficult to take care of this side, and she could not help much. All she could do was to stabilize the rear and not make any mistakes. Although Chu Li had gone to the Outland, his prestige was still there. The 6 nations' enlightened masters worked together against the Azuras, and with the help of Li Xinghe's stargazing pavilion, they managed to repel the Azuras' invasion. Co Shi sighed. He's born to be busy. Xiao Qi smiled and nodded. This can't go on. Why don't you become an enlightened master as soon as possible? Xiao Shi frowned. From the looks of it, he's spending more time over there. He can't be separated forever, right? Recently, his spirit beast heart technique has progressed quite well. Second eldest sister, you should hurry up too, Xiao Qi said. Co Shi sighed. I don't have the time. There are too many things to do in the imperial court. It's time to start building the purple light pavilion. Xiao Qi frowned. Or else we'll be dragged down by politics and can't do anything. Before Chu Li left, he had suggested to build a purple light pavilion. It was an organization that was independent of the imperial court and only responsible to the emperor. It could help the emperor to be free from politics and focus on important matters. They did not implement it because they were worried. We have to wait and see. We can't rush the purple light pavilion, Co Shi said. If we don't figure out the chancellor's thoughts, we can't make it impossible to get rid of them. The next time Chu Li comes back, ask him to help choose the candidates, Xiao Qi said. Co Shi smiled sweetly, and the hall brightened. All right, Chu Li has a good eye for people. Let him help choose the candidates. Building the purple light pavilion? Chu Li's voice suddenly rang. He suddenly appeared in the hall. Xiao Qi's eyes lit up as she stared at him. Co Shi glanced at him. You're finally willing to come back? Chu Li smiled. It's time to build the purple light pavilion. You'll lose everything by getting involved in politics. Co Shi rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. Then I'll leave it to you. Before you leave, decide on the candidates for the purple light pavilion. With the purple light pavilion, we can slack off. Leave it to me, Chu Li smiled. Xiao Qi had already walked to his side and held his hand. Co Shi waved her hand. Hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore. Chu Li chuckled and disappeared from the hall with Xiao Qi. The two instantly returned to the High Duke's public house's Jade Guardian Island. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. After the deed, the two hugged and chatted. It was snowing outside, but it was as warm as spring inside. Chu Li hugged Xiao Qi's jade-like body and told her his plan. He would help Xiao Qi with empowerment to improve her spirit beast heart technique. Then, he would cultivate the sword of insensibility to greatly improve her cultivation level. With the two combined, it would not be difficult for her to become an enlightened master. It won't hurt you, right? Xiao Qi snuggled in his arms. Her beautiful face was blushing. She frowned slightly. I heard that empowerment consumes a lot of cultivation level, and it's dangerous. It's fine. It's just a drop in the bucket for me, Chu Li said. Xiao Qi hesitated. I can't leave now. Second eldest sister is too busy. She won't be so busy after building the purple light pavilion, Chu Li said. Xiao Qi said, I'm still worried. After you become an enlightened master, you won't be going to the Outland right away. You can stay here and go wherever you want. Chu Li smiled. Chapter 2035. Chu Li immediately put on his clothes. Suddenly, he stopped. Xiao Qi looked at him curiously. Chu Li frowned and sighed before he shook his head. What's wrong? Shao-Chi asked curiously, "Is there something wrong?" Chu Li shook his head. Shao-Chi became even more curious. She sat up while hugging the quilt and stared at him. Chu Li sighed. "I can't. What happened?" Shao-Chi was even more curious. Chu Li said, "You know that my Heavenly Star Insight skill has improved greatly. Although I can't see my own fortune and future, I can see yours. The empowerment isn't going well, so I can't force it." Shao-Chi smiled. "In that case, you can't do the empowerment?" Sigh. Chu Li said regretfully, "Once the empowerment happens, your life will be in danger." Although the Wheel Pagoda could resurrect Shao-Chi, he did not want to take the risk. He could only see that the two of them went astray during the empowerment, but he could not see anything further. The Heavenly Star Insight skill was not omniscient after all. It had its limits, and he needed to continue to improve it. The closer the Heavenly Star Insight skill was to look at people, the harder it was to look at them, especially when Shao-Chi was his wife. It was rare that she could see so far. Shao-Chi said, "There's no hurry. I'll cultivate on my own. With your spirit medicine and your enlightenment, my spirit beast heart technique will improve by leaps and bounds. It won't be long before I become an enlightened master." Chu Li shook his head. "It's easier said than done. I was lucky to become an enlightened master back then. I'll teach you the sword of insensibility. With the sword of insensibility and empowerment, the outcome might be changed." He sat cross-legged on the bed. Shao-Chi put on her gown and sat cross-legged in front of him. A strange force enveloped her. She did not put up her guard because she trusted Chu Li. Suddenly, she was in a trance. She felt her mind leaving her body, as if it was being pulled away by an invisible force. Then, she entered the void of Chu Li's mind and saw a towering cliff that towered into the sky. The precipice seemed to be made of white jade. Luster flowed around it, and the strange black symbols on the precipice flickered as if they were alive. One by one, they tried to escape the precipice but were bound by it and could not break free from the luster. She knew that this was the sword of indifference that Chu Li had mentioned. She stared at it intently, but could not recognize a single word. She looked around for a while, but found nothing. Suddenly, she sensed something and turned to look to her left. Chu Li was standing in the void and looking at her with a smile. It was as if his body was real. A long sword suddenly appeared above Chu Li's head. It was a simple and unadorned long sword, no different from a real sword. She could not feel any killing intent from the sword. It was as if it was a long sword that had been tossed onto a weapon rack. With a wave of Chu Li's hand, the relentless sword floated above her head and collided with the regal sword. Bang! A muffled sound that sounded like a clap of thunder was heard. Shao-Chi swayed a little as she sensed the presence of the merciless sword through the regal sword. A strange feeling was transmitted from the regal sword as well. She could vaguely feel the essence of the emotionless sword. Under such circumstances, she could only feel the strange state of mind. She immediately smiled. Chu Li smiled as well. Sure enough, his scripture preaching method was able to teach her the sword of indifference. When Shao-Chi looked at the scripture of indifference again, she suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. She still could not understand the strange symbols that filled the sky, but she could understand the general idea. Then, these symbols turned into black lights and pounced on her. She could not dodge in time, and the black lights pounced on her, which then drilled into her body and disappeared without a trace. She looked down at her own body. It was no different from a real body. When she touched it, it also felt real. However, she knew that she was in the void of Chu Li's mind, so she should not feel so real. Shao-Chi stood in the void thoughtfully and did not move. Chu Li did not disturb her. He was also curious about what would happen after she cultivated the sword of indifference. He could not see clearly with the Heavenly Star Insight technique. Perhaps the invisible force attached to the sword of indifference prevented the Heavenly Star Insight technique from peeping. After a while, Shao-Chi looked up at the void. The precipice was still there, and so was the scripture of indifference. It was still flashing with a dark luster. When she looked at these symbols again, she felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if these symbols were her friends that could help her. A long sword vaguely appeared above her head. It was the same as Chu Li's longsword. It was the sword of indifference. Xiao Qi comprehended the state of mind of the sword of indifference. It seemed like it was easy for her to comprehend the sword of indifference. There was already a regal sword above her head. It was antique and far more elegant than the sword of indifference. However, the regal sword kept shaking in front of the sword of indifference. It became more and more blurry, as if it was about to dissipate. Xiao Qi quickly dispersed the sword of indifference. Only then did the regal sword stabilize again. When Chu Li saw this, he sighed. Looks like I can't let the two fuse. He initially thought that the sword of indifference was similar to the regal sword. Once they fused, their power would be stronger. This was what the cliff of indifference did, but it was not the case for Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi frowned and shook her head. The regal sword's level is lower than the sword of indifference. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for them to fuse. She thought about how hard it was for her to cultivate the regal sword scripture. In order to comprehend the regal sword scripture, she tossed and turned at night without being able to sleep. In the end, she made up her mind to cut off her emotions with the wisdom sword. After a lot of effort, she finally cultivated the regal sword scripture and condensed the regal sword. However, with Chu Li's help, she easily comprehended the more powerful and difficult sword of indifference. Compared to the cultivation of the sword of indifference, cultivating the regal sword scripture seemed like a joke. However, she understood that it was not that easy. It was because of Chu Li. Without the help of Chu Li's special skill, she did not know how long it would take for her to comprehend the sword of indifference. She might not even be able to comprehend it. Chu Li said, "The sword of indifference may be passed down from the Grandmaster's outland, so it's a higher level." I see. Xiao Qi suddenly understood and said, "I'll continue to comprehend the sword of indifference. Its power is indeed greater than the regal sword." She already understood that the sword of indifference was invisible and traceless. Moreover, it could isolate the senses of masters. Unless one's cultivation level was several times higher than hers, one would not be able to sense the existence of the sword of indifference. With her current cultivation level and the sword of indifference, killing an enlightened master would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, she was in a trance and disappeared from Chu Li's mind. She slowly opened her eyes, which were shining with starlight, deep and distant. Everything from before was still clear. Suddenly, her mind moved. Suddenly, a long sword vaguely appeared 3 meters above her head. It was a vague shadow. It was the sword of indifference. On the other hand, Chu Li began to deduce if he would succeed in the enlightenment under such circumstances. Xiao Qi was still immersed in the sword of indifference. She kept activating the sword of indifference to experience its mysteries. She fluttered out of the bedroom and stood at the stargazing tower. It was snowing heavily, and the branches were already covered with white snow. At this time, the branches suddenly rustled and fell to the ground together with the white snow. They were cut off by an invisible force. She experienced the difference between the sword of indifference and the regal sword, and was more satisfied with the sword of indifference. Chapter 2036. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. With the power to surpass all living beings, it would be much easier to become a heavenly deity. Once Xiao Qi had successfully cultivated the sword of oblivion, he would be able to help her become an enlightened master. However, her sword of indifference was still lacking and needed to be tempered for a while more. What about second eldest sister? Xiao Qi turned to look at Chu Li with a hesitant expression. Chu Li smiled. Let her cultivate the sword of indifference too, and Lu Yurong, Xiao Qi said. Chu Li looked at her in surprise. Xiao Qi replied, I'm not testing you. Chu Li nodded lightly and said, All right then, pass it on to them. He couldn't teach it to just anyone. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he couldn't. There was a limit to how he could teach it. If the other party was hostile towards him and couldn't completely open their hearts and trust him without any hesitation, he wouldn't be able to pull their spirit into the void of his mind. Otherwise, The might of this imparting technique would be too strong. When fighting against an enemy, it would be as easy as flipping one's hand to kill them. This was an imparting technique, not a killing technique. He made a trip to the Great Light Peak to see how Li Meng was doing. Based on what Shao Qi had told him, Li Meng's position as the leader of the Great Light Peak was completely under her control. Li Meng could be considered to have been forced to come out. Under the heavy pressure, her wisdom rapidly increased. Although she was still inferior to Sun Mingwei, she could already be considered a wise bishop. The Holy Church of Light's momentum did not diminish. With Chu Li's lingering influence, the other enlightened masters did not dare to offend the Holy Church of Light. At dawn, he suddenly appeared in the Light Palace. Li Meng's jade-like face was taut as she coldly reprimanded an old man with white eyebrows and beard. She wasn't polite at all. The old man lowered his head so much that it almost touched the ground. His face was like a red date, and he was extremely ashamed. The old man did not sense Chu Li's sudden appearance, but Li Meng sensed Chu Li's presence and quickly turned her head to look. Chu Li smiled and shook his head, then suddenly disappeared again. Li Meng was no longer in the mood to reprimand the old man. She said coldly, "If there's a next time, you'll stay at the peak of Great Light Peak and don't even think about leaving the mountain." "Yes, sect leader," the old man said in a low voice. "Go." Li Meng waved her hand. The old man bowed deeply, then turned around and left. Li Meng suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the courtyard where Sun Mingwei was. She saw Chu Li standing in the gazebo with his hands behind his back. "Masters Junior." Li Meng rushed over like a swallow returning to its nest. She stopped in front of Chu Li with a fragrant breeze. Chu Li laughed. "How impressive." "Humph, these fellows are taking advantage of their seniority and doing things carelessly. I'll give them a good scolding." Li Meng snorted and said, "When Master was here, none of them dared to be perfunctory. But now that Master is gone, they think that I'm young and easy to bully." Chu Li nodded and said, "Your master has accumulated his power over the years, so they won't dare to take a breather. After all, your foundation is still shallow, so don't be anxious. I'm not as capable as my master. There's no need to get angry. I'll just give them a cold look, and they'll be obedient." Li Meng shook her head and said, "Is it all right if my master is up there?" Chu Li sat down, and Li Meng reached out to make tea. After she entered the Great Light surpassing state, she had a deep understanding of the Great Light scripture. She advanced by leaps and bounds and became a supreme celestial being in one fell swoop. She's the fastest person to advance in the Great Light surpassing state in 1,000 years. Her future is limitless, Chu Li said with a smile. Li Meng served a cup of tea and sighed. As expected of my master, she never thought that she could surpass her master. Firstly, she was not talented enough, and secondly, she was not wise enough. Chu Li took out a thin booklet and handed it to her. "This is the copy of your master's understanding of the Great Light Scripture." This was secretly given to him by Sun Mingwei. She knew that his identity was different, so it was not a big deal to bring this booklet with him. The Outland could not interfere. Li Meng's spirit was lifted, and she hurriedly received it with both hands. "Thank you, Masters Junior." She knew the rules. She could not bring martial arts from the Outland, and this kind of secret booklet was not allowed either. Chu Li waved his hand. "You have to hold on a little longer. Find a disciple and teach her well. Don't be like your master. She's a little upset that she did not look for you earlier and did not have the chance to teach you for a few more years." "Yes." Li Meng put away the booklet and nodded lightly. Her eyes were slightly red, and she could not suppress the surging childlike admiration and longing. Chu Li reached out and patted her. 60 years passed by in the blink of an eye. You'll only be able to face her after you're done here." "Yes." Li Meng nodded vigorously. "Is there anything that needs my help?" Chu Li asked. Li Meng shook her head. "Masters Junior, you underestimate me. I can handle it." "That's good. I'll go now," Chu Li said. "Do you have any message for your master?" "Don't worry, master. I'll work hard, and the Holy Church of Light will become stronger day by day," Li Meng said. Chu Li smiled and nodded. He finished the tea in one gulp and waved his hand before disappearing. He could have passed on the sword of indifference to her, but after some thought, he realized that her foundation was still the great light scripture. She would improve by leaps and bounds if she understood the experience that Sun Mingwei had passed on to her. If he passed on the sword of indifference to her now, it would distract her, which would not be beneficial for her to cultivate the great light scripture. Chu Li and Zhou dumbly sat in the Basilica of Goddess Attraction Mountain. The atmosphere in the basilica was solemn, and both of them looked serious. Zhou Dunley's complexion was terrible. It was obvious that he had yet to recover from his injuries. He had already taken the spirit pill that Chu Li brought. It was a gift from Shui Liu, so it was naturally an extremely powerful spirit medicine. Chu Li, don't rush the reconstruction of Goddess Attraction Mountain, Zhou Dunley said slowly. As he spoke, his face became rosier. The spirit pill's magical effects were taking effect. Chu Li nodded slowly. Master, I've already entered the front department of the Rainmaster Palace. I've asked around and found out that 7 Constellation Palace is only our first enemy. There's an extremely powerful force behind them. Zhou Dunley sighed. Goddess Attraction Mountain has the Golden Dragon guarding it, so we can defend the Divine Gate. Unfortunately, we can't rely on external forces, so it's inevitable that we've fallen to this state. Chu Li said, according to the information I've received, it'll be very difficult to rebuild the Divine Gate. Zhou Dunley sighed in relief. That's good news. Chu Li sighed. I'll definitely avenge the destruction of my sect. Master and the elders cultivate well on Goddess Attraction Mountain. There'll be a day when it'll be rebuilt. He did not dare to say when he could rebuild Goddess Attraction Mountain. He had too many enemies. Once he rebuilt Goddess Attraction Mountain, it would be like setting up a target. Only when he reached a certain level and was able to wield power would it be the time to rebuild it. However, he did not know how long it would take. It was difficult to do things in the Outland, so he had not been able to open up a new situation. There's no rush, Zhou Dunley said. All 9 levels of the Outland are powerful forces. You must be careful. As long as you're here, there's hope for Goddess Attraction Mountain. Yes, Chu Li nodded slowly. Zhou Dunley muttered, there's still a golden dragon in the Outland. Chu Li frowned. It'll still protect Goddess Attraction Mountain? You can go take a look at it, Zhou Dunley said. Maybe it's already healed. This is the dragon seal. He took out a dragon-shaped jade pendant. It was about the length of an index finger and looked exquisite. Chu Li was confused. Zhou Dunley sighed. Return the dragon seal to it and give it freedom. Chu Li was surprised. Zhou Dunley said, back then, a Grandmaster saved that golden dragon, so it gifted the Grandmaster this dragon seal and promised to protect Goddess Attraction Mountain for 2,000 years. Unfortunately, external forces can't be borrowed. Return the dragon seal, and it won't need to protect for the remaining 1,000 years. Chapter 2037. Chu Li was puzzled. Master, why do we have to give it back? It's good to have 1,000 years of peace. If Goddess Attraction Mountain was to be rebuilt, it would be good to let the golden dragon guard it for another 1,000 years. Although Master already had a golden dragon, one more was still the most powerful force. It's an external force, after all. We can't rely on it. Zhou Dunley shook his head. If it wasn't for the golden dragon, Goddess Attraction Mountain would have ascended to the 7th or even the 8th floor. We wouldn't have ended up like this. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and pondered. With the golden dragon guarding Goddess Attraction Mountain in the Outland, they felt safe and no longer had a sense of danger. That was why they did not cultivate so desperately and could not stimulate their potential to improve their abilities. Zhou Dunley said, we were wrong back then. We shouldn't have let the golden dragon protect us, or we wouldn't have ended up like this. Chu Li asked, where's the golden dragon cultivating in isolation? Use the dragon taming technique to activate the dragon seal, and you'll be able to sense its location, Zhou Dunley said. Thank it on behalf of Goddess Attraction Mountain for its 1,000 years of protection. Chu Li nodded slowly. Master, what about the golden dragon? It's a close friend of mine. Zhou dumbly shook his head. I didn't want it to help back then, but it insisted. I had no choice but to accept its kindness. Chu Li asked, can the heavenly demons and Azuras hurt the golden dragon? This was his biggest doubt. In the past, he thought that the heavenly demons and great Azuras were so powerful that it was not surprising that they could hurt the golden dragon. After all, although the supreme spirit beasts were powerful, they had ways to injure them. Otherwise, they would not have lived in peace with the Outland. However, ever since he came into contact with the great Azuras and the heavenly demons, he understood their abilities and found it hard to believe that they could injure the golden dragon. Even if there were strong and weak great Azuras, they would not have been able to injure the golden dragon. They used secret skills and treasured weapons. Zhou dumbly sighed. Even supreme spirit beasts are not invincible. With treasured weapons and secret skills, and a huge price, they can injure it. What price? Chu Li asked. The last time we injured the golden dragon, 50 great Azuras self-destructed, Zhou dumbly said, and 2 treasured weapons. Chu Li frowned. The price was not as high as he had imagined. These 50 great Azuras are all top-notch existences, and those 2 treasured artifacts are even rarer. Zhou dumbly shook his head and sighed. In any case, the price was huge. This was because the golden dragon was too careless. Otherwise, it would have escaped in advance, and there was nothing we could do. Chu Li asked, is there anything in the Outland that a supreme great spirit beast is afraid of? Prized artifact, Zhou dumbly said. There are also transcendent grade celestials. The power of the sky beyond is far beyond your imagination. What you can see is only the power on the surface. The power hidden in the dark is extremely shocking. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are transcendent grade. The sky beyond is not this world. Don't worry, Master. Chu Li nodded. Zhou dumbly was very confident in Chu Li. He did things calmly and carefully. He trusted Chu Li more than he trusted himself. He sighed. All the sects treat the foreign battlefields as a great opportunity. The foreign battlefields open once every 10 years. Everyone is sharpening their brains to enter. They can accumulate merits in the foreign battlefields and obtain some treasured swords and spirit medicine. But it is also very dangerous. If we weren't blinded, Goddess Attraction Mountain wouldn't have joined in, which resulted in us being heavily injured and being taken advantage of. In short, all the sins are because we are too weak. No matter how strong the external forces are, they are not our own. Chu Li asked, why don't you go yourself, Master? He was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, it would be better for Master Zhou dumbly to go because he also had the golden dragon, so his words would be more effective. Why do you have to go? To see if you have any opportunities. Zhou dumbly smiled. Don't you have a purple dragon? Chu Li patted his head and smiled. I almost forgot about them. Ever since he became the purple dragon and the black spiritual turtle, he did not care about them anymore. Because they could protect themselves in the 100,000 hills, there was no need to worry. He also did not want to bring them to the sky beyond because they would only suffer. Zhou dumbly said, go. Chu Li bowed solemnly and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared above a vast ocean. He stood in the void and looked down at the ocean. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, he could see that everything within a few hundred miles was the ocean. There were no isolated islands or anything else. He held the dragon seal in his hand. It was here. The dragon taming technique activated the dragon seal again. Instantly, the dragon seal emitted a hazy brilliance that was as bright as the moonlight. Roar! A deep roar began to linger in his ears. Chu Li focused and sensed it. He wanted to know the true strength of a supreme great spirit beast. Every time he became stronger, he had a deeper understanding of the strength of a supreme great spirit beast. He felt that they were stronger than he imagined, so strong that it made people despair. He lamented many times that supreme great spirit beasts should not appear in this world, nor should they appear in the sky beyond. They should belong to a higher level world. They were really too powerful. Unfortunately, he could not sense anything. His surroundings were filled with the roar. It was everywhere. He could not sense the existence of the golden dragon, nor could he sense where the roar was coming from. The roar became louder and louder. In the end, it was so loud that he almost fainted. The Mahavarokana Buddha in his mind opened its eyes. The lazy little beast also opened its eyes, allowing him to stay awake. Rumble, like a muffled thunder, the sea beneath his feet exploded. Like a snowstorm, it instantly enveloped him. Chuli could not care about anything else. He did not have time to shift. He tried his best to multitask and activated 3 layers of vital energy at the same time. Bam, 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 bam. He was kicked around like a ball in the raging waves. The 3 layers of vital energy were broken one after another. In the end, the raging waves still hit his body. His internal organs tumbled as if they were about to burst out of his body. In an instant, Chu Li's life was in danger. He quickly activated the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture to turn the dead into life. A strange force came from the distant void. It was sent over by the rotary tower built in the High Duke's public house. Through this strange force, he turned the dead into life. The injuries on his internal organs quickly healed as if he had never been injured. He had a deeper understanding of the golden dragon's strength and the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. It was indeed mysterious. As the raging waves fell, a giant golden dragon soared into the sky and floated in the void, not even a drop of water on it. It was at the same level as Chu Li, and its lantern-like eyes stared at Chu Li without moving an inch. Its monstrous aura was almost tangible as it tightly bound Chu Li. The golden dragon was only about 100 meters long. It was so thick that 2 people could wrap their arms around it. Chu Li raised the dragon's seal. It shone brightly. Someone from Goddess Attraction Mountain? A majestic and loud voice rang in Chu Li's mind. Chu Li replied, Chu Li from Goddess Attraction Mountain. What's the matter? Chapter 2038. However, the dragon seal suddenly stopped in the air and slowly floated back. Chu Li's expression changed as he felt a huge force surging toward him, threatening to overwhelm him. Thus, he activated the life and death scripture, and the surging spiritual energy rushed toward him. It was converted into the inner energy of the supreme, true Vajra scripture and floated toward the dragon seal. The dragon seal paused in the air for a while, but eventually, it still floated toward Chu Li. The spiritual energy of the life and death scripture was boundless, but the spiritual energy of the golden dragon was also like the mountains and the seas. The spiritual energy field gradually spread and repelled the spiritual energy of the life and death scripture so that it could not get close to the dragon seal. Chu Li could only watch as the dragon seal approached him. He did not extend his hand, but the dragon seal stopped in the air and stared at him with its lantern-sized dragon eyes, which shone so brightly that it shook his soul. Chu Li sighed helplessly and slowly reached out to take the dragon seal. Senior, what do you mean by this? I can only take back what I've given away. The majestic voice echoed in his mind, causing him to feel dizzy. The immovable Buddha, Mavrokana, opened its eyes and chanted with its hand seals, suppressing the heavy abnormalities. The lazy little beast seemed to be devouring invisible energy and was rather active. Chu Li said, Thank you for protecting Goddess Attraction Mountain, but unfortunately, the sect was still destroyed. Although you're invincible, you still couldn't stop the hidden arrows. I don't want to drag you down anymore. Are you blaming me for not protecting Goddess Attraction Mountain? The golden dragon asked coldly. Chu Li quickly waved his hand. I wouldn't dare to think that. You were heavily injured because of Goddess Attraction Mountain, and they took advantage of the situation. How can I blame you? I'm just thinking that Goddess Attraction Mountain can't be rebuilt anytime soon. Why not? The golden dragon raised its voice and said coldly, As long as you rebuild the sect, I'll be able to protect it, and no one will dare to provoke you. Chu Li secretly shook his head. The golden dragon must have thought that way back then, but it still let others take advantage of the situation. Now, it still dared to be so arrogant. As expected of the golden dragon, He sighed. Senior, you can protect the mountain, but the disciples of our sect can't always stay in Goddess Attraction Mountain, right? What's the point if we don't go out? If we go out, how can we deal with the outside world? The destruction of the sect this time has also destroyed your confidence. The majestic voice of the golden dragon contained a hint of disappointment. Chuli said, the current situation of Goddess Attraction Mountain is indeed not very convincing. The elites have all left, and the remaining strength is far from enough to establish a sect. If we were to establish a sect with this kind of strength, Goddess Attraction Mountain will only become a joke. Then what do you want? Asked the golden dragon. Li shook his head. I'll first make a name for myself on Ninth Heaven, then try to rebuild Goddess Attraction Mountain. However, the Grand Master is quite resistant to my identity as a lower realm cultivator, so I won't be able to succeed in a short time. Beyond heaven, the golden dragon seemed to look up at the sky. Li asked, Senior, you must be uncomfortable staying in the Grand Master's boundary, right? Staying on Immortal Attraction Mountain is fine. The golden dragon said coldly, the people of Outland are stubborn and arrogant. It doesn't matter how strong your martial arts are. You will always be on guard against them. Although Outland is good, it is not your home. Li nodded slowly. The golden dragon said, keep the dragon seal first. I will never take back what I've given away. Li shook his head. I was ordered to return the dragon seal to you. Do you still hold a grudge against me? The golden dragon's voice grew louder and louder, like a sudden clap of thunder. Even though Li had many mystical skills, he still felt his vision blacking out in the face of this absolute power. He was secretly annoyed and said in a low voice, it doesn't matter if you hold a grudge or feel grateful. Let's just return Senior's freedom. From now on, you can come and go as you please in this vast world. You won't have to worry about anything anymore. I still hold a grudge against you, the golden dragon said coldly. Li shook his head and sighed. He said no more. There was no point in saying anything more when faced with such a sophistry. The golden dragon said, if you leave now, I can forgive your rudeness. Li reached out and tossed the dragon seal. How dare you? The golden dragon's voice suddenly rose. Li's mind was like a clap of thunder. Just as he was about to faint, the lazy little beast suddenly opened its mouth and howled. The howl flashed through his mind like lightning. The initial clap of thunder instantly weakened, and his mind became clear. Interesting. A strange light flashed in the golden dragon's eyes. Li's mind was struck by another clap of thunder. The little beast suddenly leaped and flashed through his mind like a stream of light. The clap of thunder disappeared without a trace, as if it had been swallowed by the little beast. The void in his mind became calm again, and his thoughts were indescribably refreshed. When the golden dragon saw that Li was still standing there steadily, unaffected by its spiritual energy, it became even more furious. It raised its head and let out a long howl. Wherever the howl passed, dark clouds gathered and lightning flashed. Li was quickly shrouded by the dark clouds. It was as if the sky had turned dark within a mile radius. Then, thunder struck. Boom! The thunder and lightning struck Li. The golden dragon revealed its divine power. It did not need to use its spiritual ocean at all. It only needed to use a small trick. Li sat cross-legged in the void. He formed a seal with his left palm and struck the sky with his right palm, catching the thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning gathered in his right palm and formed an azure ball of thunder and lightning. The electric light flickered, but it was as if it was imprisoned in the ball. Then, it quietly hid in his palm and disappeared without a trace, as if it had drilled into his body. Thunder and lightning struck one after another. The void above Li's head was shrouded by dark clouds, as if it was covered by an umbrella. Outside the umbrella, the sky was clear and cloudless. The golden dragon let out a long howl and controlled the downpour. It was as if the downpour of rain had been blocked outside of Li's body. The golden light had formed a round cover that enveloped him, preventing even a drop of water from touching him. Meanwhile, the thunderbolt had broken through the golden light and landed on his palm, condensing into a thunderball. Chu Li felt the energy around him increase continuously. The real Supreme King Kong sat cross-legged in the void of his mind. The thunder orb in the palm below his navel gradually grew larger and began to circulate again. After a while, the clouds and rain dispersed and disappeared. The golden dragon floated in the air and looked down at Chu Li. Its lantern-like eyes flashed with a strange luster. Then, a mountainous force surged toward Chu Li and forced him to fall into the sea. Chu Li hurriedly urged the little beast in his mind. The little beast immediately opened its mouth, and a steady stream of spiritual energy flowed into its mouth. The pressure on Chu Li lessened, and he stopped a meter above the sea. He was not pressed into the sea. Seeing that the golden dragon was going to continue, Chu Li quickly said, "I have a good friend who is a purple dragon. How can I make him a golden dragon?" The golden dragon's eyes flashed. It did not continue to urge its spiritual energy. "He's a purple dragon?" Chu Li slowly floated up to the same height as the dragon. The golden dragon looked thoughtful. The celestial dragon clan has its inheritance. When he's a purple dragon, he will naturally have his inherited memory. He just needs to cultivate according to the clan's heart technique. After a long time, he'll achieve it. "Can it be faster?" Chu Li asked. "Unless he consumes the heavenly dragon fruit." The golden dragon said slowly, "But the heavenly dragon fruit only bears fruit every 10,000 years. He was born at the wrong time. Instead of waiting for the heavenly dragon fruit, it's better to cultivate honestly. It'll be faster." "How long until the fruit comes out?" Chu Li asked. The golden dragon answered lazily, 9,000 years. Chapter 2039. 9,000 years. Chu Li was deep in thought. Do you know where the sky dragon fruit is? He was least afraid of time. As long as he had the mystical fruit tree, he could accelerate the flow of time with his ability. This was great news indeed. The golden dragon asked, "You want the sky dragon fruit?" Chu Li nodded. The golden dragon's eyes lit up. Chu Li felt his body tense up, and his hair stood on end. He could feel danger approaching, as if he was about to step into the abyss. He could not help but want to escape. He quickly calmed himself down and said calmly, "I have a secret skill that can accelerate the ripening of the fruit by burning my lifespan. 9,000 years is too long. I might be able to accelerate the ripening of 2 fruits with my own ability." His expression was as calm as still water. After he said this, he felt his heart tremble. If the golden dragon forced him to accelerate the ripening of the sky dragon fruit, it would be troublesome. That was why he sealed its mouth in advance. There was no benefit in accelerating the ripening of one golden dragon. The golden dragon's eyes were bright as it tried to see through Chu Li's thoughts. "What do you want it to do?" The golden dragon's gaze suddenly returned to its comfortable look. "It wants to return my dragon seal and let it evolve into a golden dragon. Isn't that contradictory?" Chu Li said, "It's not to help myself. I'm in the Outland and it can't help much. It's just so it can be free and unrestrained." "You're burning your lifespan for this?" The golden dragon said. "Isn't your life too worthless?" It did not believe this at all. Humans were extremely selfish creatures, completely different from spiritual beasts. Chu Li sighed. "I believe I can become a great enlightened master." "Oh." The golden dragon's lantern-like eyes flashed with surprise. Its voice dragged in his mind. "You think you can become a great enlightened master?" "Ha!" Its laughter was no different from a human's. It shook his mind so much that it was buzzing as if it was about to split open. The little beast moved again and quickly circled his mind before returning to its original spot. His mind was calm and clear again. Chu Li said, "I've cultivated to become an enlightened master, and my comprehension is stronger than others. It's not impossible for me to become a great enlightened master. If it's that easy to become a great heavenly god, it can't be that no one has succeeded in all these years." The golden dragon said coldly, "I advise you to stop dreaming. If you agree to give me a heavenly dragon fruit, I will bring you to the heavenly dragon tree." Chuli asked, "Can I become a golden dragon after consuming a sky dragon fruit?" "It's enough." The golden dragon said, "It's a purple dragon. One heavenly dragon fruit is enough to become a golden dragon." "What about the mysterious spirit turtle?" Chuli asked, "How do I become a mysterious spirit turtle?" "You sure have a big appetite." There was a hint of ridicule in the golden dragon's voice. Chuli said, "I can't favor one and discriminate against the other. It's also my good partner." The golden dragon said, "The tortoise eats chi to refine chi. There's no other way to speed it up. Just cultivate honestly. On the contrary, its lifespan is very long. You won't be able to wait for the day it becomes a black tortoise." Chuli nodded thoughtfully. He did not doubt the golden dragon's words. In that case, the golden dragon bloodline was blessed by the heavens. "Come on up. I'll take you there," said the golden dragon. Chuli gave a fist salute and leaped onto its back, sticking firmly to it. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see a strange pattern on its golden scales, which seemed to contain an infinite mystery. Chuli could not help but activate the Heavenly Star Insight technique in an attempt to learn a thing or two about its mysteries. Then, he quickly focused his mind because the golden dragon had suddenly sped up and everything in front of him became a blur. Bang! He felt his body suddenly tighten, as if he was being crushed by a mountain. Just as he was about to collapse, he suddenly felt lighter and saw a vast expanse in front of him. They were floating in the void. Below them was a vast grassland with lush green grass. In the middle of the grassland, a huge mountain range rose. The towering mountain range was like a giant dragon winding its way into the sky. One could not see the end of it. Standing in the void, one could feel a sense of vastness as if they were looking at the life and death scripture. Chuli frowned as he sensed his surroundings. He had always had a close connection with heaven and earth. His state of divine oneness was extremely profound. However, at this moment, he felt out of place with heaven and earth. It was as if this place did not belong to him. An invisible repulsion was always present. This made him feel restrained and uneasy. The golden dragon's voice rang in his mind. "This is the ancestral dragon's land, the home of the dragon clan. The mountain range below us was formed by our ancestors." Chuli looked at the endless mountain range. "It's that long. It's formed by blood essence." The golden dragon said, "We, the golden dragon, come here to sleep and reincarnate when our lifespan comes to an end." Chuli nodded. "So the golden dragon is immortal too?" "Of course." The golden dragon said in disdain, "As long as you step into the golden dragon's first level, you'll naturally awaken your past life." Chuli said, "Isn't it a form of pain to be reincarnated over and over again? It's just a memory, not a master." The golden dragon said, "You don't have to worry about that. This is the celestial dragon tree." As it spoke, it slowly landed in front of a tree. At first glance, this tree looked like a pine tree. If it was not for the fact that the fruit on the tree was not a pine ball, it would be hard to believe that it was not a pine tree. It looked the same, curved and strong. It was located on a cliff at the peak of a mountain, facing the howling wind. Chuli glanced at it. There were only 5 snow-white fruits on it. They were the size of a fist and shaped like a heart. "I can only ripen 2 of them." Chuli came in front of the celestial dragon tree and sighed. "I can only pluck the other 3. "All right," the golden dragon said. As soon as it finished speaking, 3 celestial dragon fruits fell to the ground. Bam, bam, bam. It sounded like 3 huge rocks falling to the ground. The ground seemed to tremble. Chuli stepped on the ground and felt the tremors. He looked at the 3 snow-white celestial dragon fruits in surprise and walked closer to them. He reached out his hand and touched them. Instantly, his whole body became numb and he could not move. A strange energy surged from the celestial dragon fruit and immediately dispersed his inner energy. His whole body was numbed by this strange energy, and he lost control. He could not help but reveal a strange smile on his face. He did not want to smile, but it was a strange smile that formed when he lost control of his body. The golden dragon floated in the void and smiled. The lazy little beast suddenly opened its eyes in his mind and opened its mouth. The strange energy in his body seemed to have found an opening. A wave of energy entered his head and was absorbed. The smile on Chu Li's face became less strange. He pressed his hand on the celestial dragon fruit and did not move until all the energy was absorbed. As all the energy was absorbed, the celestial dragon fruit disappeared. The golden dragon's eyes brightened. It watched as Chu Li pressed one celestial dragon fruit in each of his hands, and the two celestial dragon fruits gradually disappeared. It could not help but look at Chu Li. Suddenly, two rays of electricity shot out from its eyes. The electricity fell on Chu Li. Chu Li did not even have time to activate his vital energy barrier. It had already entered his body. The little beast opened its mouth again in his mind and absorbed the two rays of electricity. Chu Li turned to look at the golden dragon. The golden dragon looked at Chu Li in surprise. Its voice rang in his mind. Interesting that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.